Morning.
Good morning.
Very good. Everyone be seated. By a show of hands, anybody do a snow angel this weekend? Thank you. Anybody else? Nothing? All right. You didn't play in the snow? All right. I know it's not a lot, but thank you for all coming back. I realize it was a longer weekend. We're going to get started. We'll have a decently long day today, but I appreciate everyone being here. With that being said, this is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment number 1902-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Judge Chris Decker, Assistant Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro is present.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Andy Murray, also for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right. I believe what we're going to be doing right now, this is mental telepathy that I think of what the prosecutor is about to tell me, is that we're going to stop our witness, correct? We're going to take another witness at a turn. Sometimes we have to take witnesses at a turn for scheduling issues. We're going to get back to Detective Zarillo in a little while, but I just wanted you to know that we're going to take probably at least two witnesses at a turn, and then we'll come back to him. So we'll do that now. Prosecutor, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Dr. Boris Volstein.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You come right on up, come around here, just watch your step. Once you stand up by the witness stand there, there's a Bible there. If you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Once you get seated and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Boris Volstein, Boris Volshteyn.
All right. Thank you, sir. And what I'm just going to ask for you, just please make sure you keep your voice up because jurors number 15 and 16 in the back there, they need to be able to hear you. Okay, sir?
No problem.
Thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir. Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a plastic surgeon here in Monmouth County.
Okay. Now I want to take your attention back to November of 2018. Can you tell us where you were living at that point in time?
I lived at 2 Evergreen Lane in Colts Neck.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to around noon, November 20th, 2018. Do you remember approximately where you were?
Yes, I was on my way to Trenton, New Jersey, to meet with the Department of Business and Insurance.
Do you recall whether or not you received some sort of communication which kind of forced you to turn around?
Yes.
Can you, without telling us exactly what was said to you, can you just tell us the circumstances of that?
I was on my way to Trenton to meet with state officials, and as I was going on a Dutch lane right around the circle, I received a phone call from my landscaper concerned about smoke coming from my neighbor's house.
And did he specifically indicate, you don't have to tell us, but did he specifically indicate to you whether or which neighbor that was?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just describe your location in relation to that neighbor's house, like the connection between the two properties?
Our properties are adjacent. We have a fence separating us several hundred feet. We live in a subdivision, and his house is immediately outside of subdivision, but we share the same border.
And based upon that phone call from your landscaper, can you tell us what, if anything, you did?
The landscaper was concerned that somebody, most likely Keith, was burning leaves in the back of the barrel behind the house, and he was concerned that he was going to get fined by the township. He tried to reach him. He couldn't, and asked me to see if I can help. And so I made phone calls to Jen and Keith. Nobody responded. So I turned around because I was nearby and decided to see if I can see what's going on.
Okay. So you first referenced somebody named Keith, correct?
Yes.
And who's Keith?
Keith is Mr. Caneiro,
Okay. And Jennifer is who?
his wife.
Okay. And did you know them personally?
I did.
Okay. Now, I believe you said you reached out, made phone calls to the two of them?
Yes.
And were you able to connect?
No.
Okay. Did you, at that point in time, did you respond anywhere specifically?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
I'm sorry. After you couldn't reach Keith and after you couldn't reach Jen, did you go anywhere?
Yes, I went to their house.
Okay. Can you tell us what, if anything, or what your observations were when you got to the house?
There was nothing unusual in the front of the house. I just saw barely a little smoke coming from the back of the house. That's all I saw at that time.
When you got to the property, and that's 15 Willowbrook, is that accurate?
Correct.
Did you pull in the driveway or where'd you park?
I pulled on the driveway,
Okay.
right in front of the house.
Okay. Did you get out of your car?
I did.
And where did you specifically go?
I went to the left side of the house because the house was positioned in such a way there was a swimming pool behind it, and it was easier to walk on the left around the swimming pool to see what's happening behind the house.
And did you go to the back based upon what you were told by your landscaper?
Yes.
Okay. Once you went around the back, did you make any observations of any smoke or anything like that?
I did. I expected to see Keith in a big barrel of burning leaves. There was nobody there, and the smoke was coming not from the barrel, but coming from underneath the balcony, underneath the house.
Okay. Now, once you made that observation of the smoke, did you go anywhere else?
Yes, I went to the front of the house.
Okay. What happened when you went to the front of the house?
I opened the service entrance door.
Okay. When you say the service entrance door, can you describe for us where that is?
The house has main doors, and they usually were locked. When I brought my daughter to play, because Sophia and my daughter were playing quite a bit together, I would take my daughter through this service door, which was on the right of the main entrance, which was usually open.
Now, did you open that door?
I did.
Okay, what happened when you opened the door?
There was very thick clouds of smoke coming from the inside.
What did you do then?
I yelled to see if anybody was inside. Nobody responded. The clouds were so thick I couldn't even enter. So I went back to my car and called 911.
Okay. Now, once you called 911, did you stay near your car or did you go other places?
I was actually getting into the vehicle, and I have a truck, so I was getting up on the step, and as I turned, I saw a body in front of the house, in the bushes.
Were you, if you recall, were you on the phone with the 911 operator when you made that observation?
I was.
Okay. And based upon that observation, did you go anywhere?
I went closer to the body to see what it was, and I was with operator on the phone. And at that point, I described everything, was instructed to leave the location because of possibility of somebody still being on the property, and I did.
Now, the things that you just described about your observations of the body, did you describe those to the 911 operator?
I believe I described that I saw the body laying there, and that's the extent of it.
Okay. And have you reviewed that 911 call prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And based upon your review of that, did you believe it accurately captured your phone call with 911 that morning, that day?
I do.
Let me approach.
Okay.
Doctor, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S96 for identification. Do you see what that is?
It's a disc with a recording of 911 phone call, my name on it.
Okay. And again, you said that you reviewed that 911 call and that it was accurate?
Correct.
Judge, I just asked for permission to play the 911 call.
Any objection?
No.
You can.
Thank you, Judge.
Hello? Hi, I didn't hear your
Hello.
name or what you're reporting, sir. What are you reporting?
Okay, fire.
Where?
Willowbrook Lane,
Where?
Willowbrook Road,
What's the
Colts
address?
Neck.
Okay, what's the address?
I think it's 40, I don't know, I think it's 44 Willowbrook.
What's on fire?
This,
What is on fire?
the house.
Where do you see flames coming from?
I see the smoke from behind. I pulled out my neighbors from behind me. I opened the door, and there is a smoke's coming out, and there's a person laying down
Where are they laying down?
on
Can
the
you get over?
property
Can you get over
in
to
front
them?
of the house.
All right, get over
Yes,
to.
I'm coming over.
Okay.
Oh my God, there's blood here. It's a corpse.
It's what?
It's dead.
What's dead?
There's somebody is dead here.
Okay, sir, you need to get to a safe area. Hold on a second. Sir, are you getting into a safe area?
I'm leaving the property.
What is the house number?
I think.
Are you able to see it on your way?
Let me get to the parking. Let me get to the. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. It's. I'm sorry. It's 15.
Okay, it is number 15. Okay. Give me your name again, sir.
It's 15. Get over there, and I see the body on the premises.
Yes, I told them. Just keep everybody away from that, okay? What is your name, sir?
All right.
What is your
My
name?
name is Boris Bolstein.
Can
My
you
name
spell-
is Boris Bolstein.
Can you spell it for me?
V-O-L.
Yeah.
Okay, VOLSHTEYN, and I am at 2 Evergreen Lane.
Okay,
I'm
what's...
right behind them.
All right, now what is Volstein your first name or last name?
Okay, Boris is my first name.
Boris,
Bolstein
okay.
is my
Okay.
last name.
Okay, what's your phone number? And what's your house number on Evergreen?
Okay, listen, I really don't have time. I'm sorry. I need time to get on the property. Please send somebody.
They're already en route.
Doctor, did that accurately capture the 911 call like you said that day?
It does.
Now, after making that 911 call, or actually after the end of the 911 call, where'd you go?
I parked my car across the street on the property, on a curb, and awaited the arrival of police and fire.
And did they ultimately respond to that location?
They did.
Did you have any other contact with any other neighbors around that time?
I think I had a contact with my neighbor, Kathy, whose house I parked in front, but it's been a while, so.
Okay. And where did Kathy live specifically in relation to 15 Willowbrook?
She is right across the street, 15 and 44 across the street from each other.
Just going to approach with S1C, slide 31, 131. Doctor, I'm just going to show you a photograph. It's S1C, slide 131. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And what does that show?
it shows the body laying on the grass.
Okay, is that essentially, does that look like what you discovered on November 20th, 2018 on the front yard of 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
Could I just, permission of this briefly? Can I just have slide S1C 131 briefly? Doctor, is that the photograph that you just identified?
Yes.
Okay, and is that essentially or similar condition to the way you found the body that you described on the call?
Yes.
Okay, and just to be real clear, when you first encountered that body, did you specifically identify who it was?
No.
Okay, how come?
I presumed, I thought I knew who it was, but I didn't know for sure.
Okay, you can take that down, thank you. Now, just lastly, once the police arrived on scene, did you have any contact with any police officers?
I think I spoke to somebody, but I don't remember who.
Do you recall whether or not you provided some of that information to the police officers?
I believe so.
And ultimately, did you see the police officers approach the body that you found on the lawn?
I did not see that.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ross?
Morning, Doctor. I want to clarify a couple of things that you mentioned. So originally, you mentioned during your testimony that you had initially assumed that Keith might be in his backyard burning leaves in a big barrel.
Yes.
Is that a big barrel that you had seen before?
There was a barrel behind the house next to the pool that I've seen, yes.
And is it something that you've seen him use before?
Yes, I know that sometimes he would burn the leaves in a barrel.
And you mentioned that your daughter was friends with Sophia, Keith's daughter.
Yes.
So you've been to the house before?
Yes.
And were you familiar with Claudia?
No.
When you saw what we now know as Keith's body lying on the ground, did you also notice a cell phone there?
I did.
And you had tried to call Jennifer and Keith, or just Jennifer?
Both.
Both. And obviously they didn't answer, right?
No.
So I'm just going to approach you with a few photos. I'm going to start with what's been marked as D1-320 and D1-321. Sir, do you recognize, showing you photographs of, would you agree this is 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see your vehicle, I'm just wondering, do you see your vehicle in these photos? The vehicle you were driving at the time?
I think this is my vehicle.
That one, okay. And does this
That's,
be the same one?
yes.
Okay. And that's a fair depiction of what your vehicle looked like at the time, right? This is actually from that day? Do you
Yes.
recognize the
Yes.
responders? Okay. Permission to publish?
No objection.
So I'm going to start with D1-321. Sir, is that your vehicle that we see in the photograph?
I believe so.
And do you recognize the other person in that photo too? Is that your neighbor?
Possibly, I
Kathy?
cannot, it looks similar, but I cannot see the facial features.
Right, sure. Okay. Can I just ask you to circle your vehicle? There's a, and maybe just put like a BD for Boris Wilson. Perfect. Can we capture that? I'm going to show you.
D1-321.1.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you 1-320 as well. There's an undo button at the bottom right-hand corner.
On the right.
There you go. You just hold it down. So I'm showing you what's been marked as D1-320, and this is after a few responders arrived that day, correct?
Yes,
You can see the police vehicles, and it looks like maybe an ambulance or an EMS truck.
correct.
Are you able to, can you just circle your vehicle in this card, in this, thank you, and put your initials as well? Can we capture that one?
This is D1-320.1.
So I'm going to approach you with a few more photographs. These are first, I'm going to show what's already been published to the jury. It's D1-301. Sir, do you recognize this photograph as 15 Willowbrook?
Yes,
And does this accurately depict what it looked like that day?
yes,
Okay. Can you just circle the door that you were referencing when you mentioned that you went into, that you opened? Okay, that's the door that it was unlocked.
service door. Yeah,
It was unlocked.
Correct,
But it wasn't opened, right?
No.
You had to open it?
yes.
Okay. Can you also just put your initials there as well? And maybe just put a U for unlocked. Thank you.
Do we have a .1 on this? On 300, 301?
301.
Let's take a look.
Oh.
All right, 301.2.
Thank you. Just a few more photographs, sir. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as D1-304, 1-307, -308, and -309. Sir, I'm showing you, first I'll show you D1-304. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
That's Keith's house,
Okay, so that's 15 Willowbrook.
correct.
And do you see your house in that photograph or no?
No,
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-309. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
that's the same house with 15 Willowbrook,
Okay, it's like an aerial view.
correct.
And you don't see your house in that photograph, do you?
No,
Okay. So I'm going to show you D1-307. Can we agree that's another aerial shot of 15 Willowbrook?
yes,
And do you see the area of your house in this photograph?
I do.
Okay. Is it on the left side here?
It's on the left side.
Okay. And finally, same thing with D1-308. Do you see, do you agree this is another aerial shot of 15 Willowbrook?
I do.
And do you see a portion of your property?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Ken, any objection?
No, Judge.
So we're going to start with the first one, D1-304. And we've seen a similar photograph, but essentially we agree that this is 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Yes,
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you were there on November 20th of 2018, correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show what's next been marked as D1-309. And sir, we agreed that this is also this is an aerial depiction of 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Yes,
And that we cannot see your property in this photo, right?
correct.
But what we can see is this road that's sort of like diagonal across the bottom right corner of the screen, that's 15 Willowbrook. That's Willowbrook Road, correct?
That's a Willowbrook Road.
And then this is the driveway that we see leading
Yeah.
up to that property, correct?
Correct.
Now I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-307. Okay. Now, sir, we also agreed that in this photograph we can see the 15 Willowbrook property. It's on the right portion of the photograph, correct?
Correct.
And you also noted that in this photograph you can see part of your property line, correct?
Correct.
Do you want to just like circle generally where your property was at the time? Maybe just put your initials as well. Thank you.
307.1.
And lastly, this is a very similar photo. It's 1-308. And this is the same thing, right? We see 15 Willowbrook, we see Willowbrook Road in the front, and then we see on the left portion your property, and then we see what's behind the property, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm asking you a little bit about, I'd like to talk a little bit about the area. At the time that this happened, you had lived there since 2014?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you're familiar with the immediate surrounding area?
Yes.
Okay. When you in the vicinity of 15 Willowbrook, right? I think, is it fair to say that if you pull out of Keith's driveway and you make a right, meaning going toward your house, right? And you drive for just a little bit, there's some bodies of like small creeks, some small bodies of water that you would pass over.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And one of them would be, it's actually the first one you pass. It looks like it's right on Willowbrook, down just a little bit, and looks like a little creek. It's actually called Willowbrook. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you're driving over Willowbrook, like the actual brook of water, there's like a little bridge on the road, but it's essentially a one lane road each way, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you drive down a little bit further than that, so going toward Long Bridge, going toward Laird Road, there's another little brook of water. It's called Hop Brook. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Not familiar with the name?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the fact that after you pass the first little Willowbrook, but before you get to Long Bridge Road, there is a second little small bridge with some water there? And if you can't remember, I could show you a photo to maybe refresh your recollection.
I don't remember Second Bridge.
So I'm going to approach with what's been marked as D1-323 and D1-324. I'm going to show you first D1-323. Is this what we were speaking about earlier, where you would pass over Willow Brook, the first little stream of water?
Perhaps I usually see the bridge that dives downwards and comes up. I don't remember this portion.
Okay.
Maybe I can pay attention.
How about this one? Only if you remember. Does this refresh your recollection as to whether you've passed over Hop Brook?
Yes, this I remember.
This one you remember?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a little bit further down Willowbrook Road, going toward Long Bridge. There's what you were able to remind yourself from the photo. There's like a little bridge and there's water.
Correct.
And it's a one-lane highway each way.
Yes.
Right. And then finally, after you turn right onto Long Bridge, right? There's Swimming River Reservoir. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And that's like a bigger body of water compared
Yes.
to what we just saw.
Yes.
Right? The Willow Brook and Hot Brook are like little, sort of more like creek-looking water. But once you make that right onto Long Bridge and go down a little bit, there's like a big body of water. It's a reservoir, correct?
Yes.
But when you drive over the reservoir, it's also one lane each way.
Yes.
And it looks similar to the photos we saw where there's just like maybe a small rail and you're very kind of close to that water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, like you'd be able to toss anything out that window.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Also on Longbridge Road, going toward Laird Road, can we agree that there's like some wooded areas?
Yes.
I know Colts Neck generally, there's a lot of like open space, but there's also a good amount of wooded areas. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And there's another lake nearby. It's called Marley Lake. Are you familiar with that lake?
I'm not.
Okay. Returning to the night that this happened, sounds like your first interaction, so to speak, with what happened was when you received the call from your landscaper and when you saw the smoke yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so were you home that night during the overnight hours?
Yes.
And you didn't hear any gunshots?
I did not.
Was there anyone else home with you that night? Anyone else, any other family members?
My wife and my daughter.
Okay, and to your knowledge, they didn't wake
Objection,
you up?
Judge.
Sustained. Can't testify as to what other people.
The question was whether they woke you up that night for any reason.
No.
And in addition to not hearing any gunshots, you didn't hear anything else out of the ordinary? You didn't any screaming or yelling or loud struggles or anything like that?
No.
All right. So up until you got to the property yourself after you got the call, there was nothing out of the ordinary that you had seen prior to that?
No.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, well, you didn't say anything.
I said thank you.
Any further?
No, Judge, thank you.
You can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
You sure can. We're going to swear in an interpreter for our next witness. We're going to ask the interpreter to come on up. You. Thank you so much. You can just come up for me. The witness will be up here. If you could just listen to my clerk, please. I appreciate it.
swear or affirm that you will accurately and impartially follow the guidelines that are binding on you and discharge all duties and obligations of an official interpreter.
Yes, I do. This is Margaret Serrano, Serrano. I am an AOC-approved Spanish court interpreter. I'm sent to you on staff from the New Jersey AOC this morning.
I do. Julia Vargas, VAR, GAS, staff interpreter for the IOC. Good morning, Your Honor.
Great. Good morning to you both. Thank you. Ma'am, come over and take a seat.
Señor, usted puede tomar asiento ahí en la silla. The interpreters are going to need to request if we could maybe get a chair because we need to stay close to each other when
Sure.
we interpret. I don't know if there's any place we could find a chair.
You can have mine.
I don't need to do that. That seems a little unnecessary.
Need two, you said?
We just need one.
One? I'll
We
take this
normally
one.
have an active and a passive interpreter, and the passive one will sit in the chair.
Wherever you need it.
Thank you so much.
Can you please stand? Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand.
Mano izquierda en la Biblia, levantándose la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sí. Yes.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Por favor, diga su nombre completo para las actas y luego hay que deletrear el apellido.
Giselle Restrepo,
Giselle Restrepo,
R-E-S-T-R-E-P-O.
Restrepo.
Please, you can be seated and get yourself comfortable.
Y puede ponerse cómodo. También le voy a pedir. The interpreter is just going to ask the witness to put these headphones on. Thank you so much. Estos auriculares para escucharme mejor si es necesario, sí. ¿Sí me escuchan bien? Sí. Ahora sí. Si me dejan entender en algún momento que me ponga así. The interpreter just asked the witness to let her know if she is unable to hear or understand her at any time.
And I would just ask for you to keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
Que hable en voz alta para que todo el mundo la pueda escuchar, ¿sí?
You have to speak a response.
Y cada respuesta tiene que ser verbal. Okay.
Can you move a little forward? There's a microphone closer to you that will pick you up.
La pantalla porque va a haber un micrófono que pueda agarrar su sonido.
Thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge.
Gracias.
Good morning, Mr. Restrepo.
Buenos días, señora Restrepo. Good morning.
Mr. Restrepo, I want to take you back to the time frame of around November of 2018. Do you remember that time?
Señora Restrepo, quiero que usted se fije mentalmente un poco atrás en el tiempo, al periodo de tiempo en noviembre de 2018. ¿Se acuerda de ese tiempo?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, back in that time frame, did you know someone by the name of Paul Caneiro?
En ese entonces usted conocía a una persona con el nombre de Paul Caneiro.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, would it be fair to say that you and Paul Caneiro had a friendship?
¿Y sería justo decir que usted y Paul Caneiro tenían una amistad?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, do you recall where you first met Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted se acuerda de dónde es que usted conoció por primera vez al señor Caneiro?
En un restaurante en Asbury Park.
At a restaurant in Ashbury Park.
Now, I want to ask you if you recall the last time you actually were physically with Mr. Caneiro at a restaurant.
Quiero pedirle a usted que se acuerde de la última vez que usted estuvo físicamente en un restaurante con el señor Paul Caneiro.
Okay.
Okay.
When was the last time you shared a meal with Mr. Caneiro?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted compartió una comida con el señor Paul Caneiro?
Para un cumpleaños de mi hija.
It was for a birthday of my daughter's.
Now, for purposes of context, at some point on November 20th of 2018, were you made aware of a fire at Mr. Caneiro's home, Paul Caneiro's?
Para dar contexto, en algún momento del 20 de enero del 2018, usted supo de un incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, approximately how many days earlier from that fire did you have dinner for your daughter's birthday?
Aproximadamente cuántos días antes del día de ese incendio fue cuando usted compartió la cena con Paul en el cumpleaños de su hija?
2-3 días antes.
It was 2 or 3 days before.
Okay. Now, the night before the fire at Paul Caneiro's house, did you communicate with him at all on the phone or through any sort of messaging?
La noche antes del incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro, ¿usted estuvo en comunicación con él por teléfono, por mensajes de algún tipo?
No que me acuerde. No me recuerdo.
Not as far as I recall. I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, on the morning of November 20th of 2018, how did you learn about the fire at Paul Caneiro's house?
En la mañana del 20 de noviembre del 2018, ¿cómo es que usted se enteró del incendio en la casa de Paul Caneiro?
Él me mandó un texto bien corto dejándome saber que había un incendio en la casa de él.
They sent me a very short text letting me know that there was a fire at his house.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about your friendship with Mr. Caneiro. Were there any points in time during that friendship that you and Mr. Caneiro went anywhere, like vacation-wise?
Le quiero preguntar sobre su amistad con el señor Paul Caneiro. ¿En algún momento durante esa amistad hubo un momento cuando ustedes salieron a algún lado juntos, como de vacaciones, algo así?
Sí.
Yes.
Where do you recall going?
Según sus recuerdos, ¿a dónde fueron?
Fuimos a Colombia.
We went to Colombia.
How many times did you go to Colombia?
¿Cuántas veces fueron a Colombia?
2 veces fuimos a Colombia.
2 times we went to Colombia.
Okay. Can I ask you who paid for the trips to Colombia?
Le puedo preguntar, ¿quién pagó los viajes a Colombia?
Él pagó los viajes a Colombia.
He paid the trips to Colombia.
Now, do you recall where you lived back in November 2018?
¿Usted se acuerda de dónde vivía el 20 de noviembre de 2018?
Ocean Township.
Ocean Township.
Recall if you did you live in a house or an apartment or something else?
¿Usted vivía en una casa, un apartamento o algo más?
Apartamento.
An apartment.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
¿Usted se acuerda del nombre del apartamento?
Twinbrook.
¿Oh?
Twinbrook.
Twinbrook.
Twinbrook Apartments?
Los departamentos Twinbrook?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember, Ms. Restrepo, what your rent was there back in 2018?
¿Usted se acuerda, señora Restrepo, de cuánto pagaba en alquiler en el 2018?
Como 1,300.
It was like 1,300.
Was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro paid that rent or helped you with that rent?
¿Hubo un momento cuando el señor Caneiro le pagó ese alquiler o le ayudaba a pagar ese alquiler?
No.
No.
Now, during the course of that friendship, was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro helped your children or you or your children with any expenses?
Durante el transcurso de su amistad, ¿hubo algún momento cuando el señor Caneiro le ayudó a sus hijos o le ayudó a usted a pagar los gastos de sus hijos?
No.
No.
Was your daughter applying to colleges back in 2018?
¿Su hija estaba aplicando a universidades en el 2018?
Sí.
Yes.
Did Mr. Caneiro ever provide any assistance with application fees?
¿El señor Caneiro en algún momento proporcionó asistencia o ayuda con los pagos de las aplicaciones o solicitudes?
Le regaló el dinero para aplicar a los colegios.
He gifted her the money to apply for the colleges.
Now, was there a point in time, I believe in approximately 2018, when you got a new car?
Aproximadamente en el 2018, cuando usted consiguió un nuevo carro.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of car it was?
¿Se acuerda de qué tipo de carro era?
Sí.
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
¿Qué tipo de carro era?
Audi.
It was an Audi.
Do you remember approximately what the monthly payment was for the Audi?
¿Usted se acuerda de aproximadamente cuánto era el pago mensual del Audi?
No hice pagos de carro.
I did not make car payments.
Okay. Who made the car payments?
¿Quién pagaba los pagos cada mes?
Paul.
Paul.
Now, was there ever a point in time in 2018 when Paul talked to you about any financial difficulty that he was having?
¿Hubo algún momento en el 2018 cuando Paul habló con usted sobre alguna dificultad financiera que él estuviera experimentando?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Did Mr. Caneiro, did he ever reference the IRS?
Señor Caneiro, ¿en algún momento hizo referencia al IRS?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Okay. Was there ever a time when Mr. Caneiro used one of your credit cards?
Hubo un momento cuando el señor Caneiro utilizó una de sus tarjetas de crédito de usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall which credit card that was?
¿Se acuerda usted de cuál tarjeta que era?
Una de Macy's.
It was Macy's.
Do you remember how much money was spent on your credit card by Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted se acuerda de cuánto dinero fue que el señor Caneiro gastó en su tarjeta de crédito? ¿Usted?
No.
No.
Do you recall if he reimbursed you for the amount of spending that he did on your credit card?
¿Usted se acuerda de que si el señor Caneiro le reembolsó a usted por el dinero que él gastó en su tarjeta de usted?
No, yo la pagué.
No, I paid it.
Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you ever observed Mr. Caneiro and guns that he owned.
Quiero preguntarle sobre si usted en algún momento observó al señor Caneiro con armas de fuego que eran en posesión de él.
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you see these guns?
¿Dónde es que usted vio esas armas de fuego?
Él tenía una.
He had one.
Did he have one gun or more than one gun, if you know?
Si es que usted lo sabe, él tenía uno o más que una arma de fuego.
Yo creo que más.
I think more than one.
Okay. Did you ever shoot a gun with Mr. Caneiro?
¿Usted alguna vez disparó un arma de fuego con el señor Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and where was that?
¿Y dónde ocurrió eso?
Lugar donde va uno a practicar.
It was like a place where one goes to practice.
Okay. Like a shooting range? Would that be accurate?
Sería como una pista de práctica de armas de fuego, lo que decimos en inglés, shooting range.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you do that once or more than once?
¿Ustedes hicieron eso una vez o más que una vez?
Una vez.
One time.
Now, you talked about going to Colombia twice with Mr. Caneiro. Did you ever go anywhere else in the United States with Mr. Caneiro?
Usted mencionó ir 2 veces a Colombia con el señor Caneiro. ¿Usted alguna vez fue a otro lugar dentro de Estados Unidos con el señor Caneiro?
Sí.
Yes.
Where did you go?
¿A dónde?
Carolina del Norte, Las Vegas, Boston,
North
Nueva
Carolina.
York. Yeah.
North Carolina, Las Vegas, Boston, New York. Yeah.
Who paid for those trips?
¿Quién pagó esos viajes?
Él.
He did.
Now, Ms. Restrepo, you talked about Paul Caneiro. Do you see that individual in court today?
Señora Restrepo, usted ha hablado sobre Paul Caneiro. ¿Usted ve a esta persona, la misma persona aquí presente hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Could you point him out for us?
¿Usted nos puede indicar quién es?
Identifies the defendant.
Ella ha identificado al acusado.
Well, the state has no further questions.
El Estado no tiene más preguntas en este momento. The interpreters will briefly switch.
Thank you.
Ross?
Buenos días, señora Restrepo.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions.
Solo le voy a hacer unas preguntas.
So, other than the trips that were mentioned, the car, and the college application fees, fair to say that you supported yourself?
Aparte de los viajes que mencionó, el carro, las tarifas para presentar la solicitud de una universidad, ¿es justo decir que usted sola se mantenía?
100%.
100%.
And you mentioned that you paid your own rent, correct?
Y mencionó que usted pagaba su propio alquiler, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Was there one time when Mr. Caneiro helped you with your rent, but then you paid him back?
¿Hubo alguna ocasión donde el señor Caneiro le pagó el alquiler, pero luego usted se lo pagó de vuelta?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Colombia, that's where you're from?
¿Y usted es de Colombia?
Soy colombiana.
I'm Colombian.
So when you went to Colombia, you were visiting family?
Entonces, cuando fue a Colombia, ¿estaba visitando a la familia?
Sí.
Yes.
And the prosecutor said, asked you to agree that you and Paul were friends. Is it fair to say best friends?
Y el fiscal le preguntó, le pidió si estaba usted de acuerdo con que usted y Paul eran amigos, pero ¿es justo decir que eran mejor amigos?
Sí.
Yes.
And during the time that you knew Paul, was he always very nice and supportive of you?
Y por el tiempo que conocía a Paul, él siempre le fue amable, cariñoso.
Sí.
Yes.
He was there for you as a friend.
La apoyaba como amigos.
todo el tiempo.
all the time.
And he helped with tutor you with your English as well?
Y también le ayudaba, le enseñaba el inglés.
Fue una parte muy importante para que yo mejorara y practicara.
He was a very important part for me to improve and practice.
And would you agree that Mr. Caneiro, would you describe him as very smart?
¿Y está de acuerdo o describiría al señor Caneiro como alguien muy inteligente?
Él es muy inteligente.
He is very smart.
And since you knew Paul well, are you familiar with the fact that Paul was very close with his brother Keith?
Y entonces, como conocía tanto a Paul, ¿usted sabía que él era muy cercano a su hermano Keith?
Eran cercanos.
They were close.
And was Paul close with Keith's family as well, like the kids, Jesse and Sophia?
Y Paul también era apegado a los hijos de Keith, Justy y Sophia.
Sí.
Yes.
To your knowledge, did they spend a lot of holidays together?
A lo que usted sabe, ellos pasaron los días feriados juntos.
Sí.
Yes.
And did Paul speak very highly of Keith?
Y Paul hablaba bien sobre Keith.
Siempre.
Always. And to this, you don't have any bad things to say about Paul, right?
Usted no tiene nada malo que decir de Paul, ¿verdad?
No.
No.
And lastly, the prosecutor asked you about Paul owning multiple guns.
Y por último, el fiscal le había preguntado sobre Paul teniendo varias armas de fuego.
Was that normal to you?
¿Eso le parecía normal?
Sí.
Yes.
And was it ever anything abnormal or unusual?
¿Era alguna vez algo inusual o fuera de lo normal?
No.
No.
Is it fair to say that Paul owned guns, liked guns, and you didn't really think much of it?
Entonces es justo decir que Paul poseía de armas de fuego, le gustaban las armas de fuego y usted no pensó más allá de eso.
Pienso que era un hobby.
I think it was a hobby.
Thank you. No more questions.
You're right.
Mr. Restrepo, did you ever meet Keith Caneiro?
Señora Restrepo, ¿usted conoció alguna vez a Keith Caneiro?
Nunca.
Never.
Did you ever see Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro interact then?
Entonces, ¿alguna vez vio a Paul Caneiro y Keith Caneiro interactuar?
Solamente cuando estábamos juntos y habían llamadas.
Only when we were together and there were phone calls.
No further.
Recross.
You never met Keith, but Paul talked about Keith.
Objection, Judge. Seriously.
There's no statement, Judge. It's just...
I'll have this question.
¿Cuál fue la pregunta? What was the question?
Even though you never met Keith, Paul did talk about Keith, right?
Aunque usted nunca conoció a Keith, Paul hablaba de Keith, ¿verdad?
Por supuesto.
Of course. Gracias.
You can step down. Thank you very much to the interpreters. We very much appreciate your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. State can call our next witness.
State calls Carmelo Lamarca.
Come on up, sir. Just watch your step as you come up. Once you're up there, if you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Carmelo Lamarca, Lamarca.
All right. Sir, just make sure you speak up loud enough so juror numbers 15 and 16 can hear you in the back, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Lamarca, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm in real estate.
Okay. Now, do you serve your community in any other capacity?
Yes, I'm a volunteer firefighter.
Okay, where are you a volunteer firefighter?
Adelphia, Atwell Township, Fire District 2.
Okay, and approximately how long have you been doing that?
About 10 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention to November 20th, 2018 in the early afternoon hours. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
How do you remember it?
I was working from home. Remember, it was a clear day. I wasn't particularly busy. We had a group chat amongst our firefighters that there was a call in Colts Neck, potential residential fire. So I kind of stayed near the door with my keys ready.
And at some point thereafter, was there any confirmation of that structure fire?
Yes, we were dispatched to Colts Neck for mutual aid for a confirmed structure fire with entrapment.
Now, just so we all understand, you talked about mutual aid.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Colts Neck had originally called us for the RIT team, which is a rapid intervention team. It's a team that has specialized training to rescue downed firefighters. But ultimately, when we got there, we found out that we were going to work and we were not on standby as a RIT team.
Okay. So were you a member of that RIT team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, okay, so you said the call was structure fire with possible entrapment. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Based upon the call, where do you go?
I responded to the firehouse.
Okay. Where's the firehouse generally located?
That firehouse is 925 Adelphia Road, Freehold.
Okay. And once you got there, what happened?
Once I got there, I put my gear on, got on the rescue apparatus, and responded with the rest of the crew.
What's the rescue apparatus? Can you tell us what that is?
The rescue apparatus has tools and equipment specifically for search and rescue, car accidents and incidents of that nature.
And you said, I think you said the rest of the crew. Approximately how many people did you respond with, if you recall?
We were 6 firefighters and a chauffeur, driver.
Okay. And approximately, do you remember approximately what time the call came in and you responded to the firehouse?
Sometime between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, I believe.
Now, I'm just going to ask permission to approach.
You can.
Mr. Lamarca, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S106 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it looks like a report for the incident.
Okay.
Just speak up, sir.
Yes, it looks like an incident report.
Okay, and it's an incident report for who?
It looks like an in-first report.
Okay. And does this concern your firehouse?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is it authored or is there a name on it?
My chief at the time, yes.
Okay. Now, based upon your review of this, is there a section which talks about dates and times? Sorry.
Yes. Yes. Would you like me to?
No, I'm going to ask you a question in a second, but does it indicate the call location or street address for that call?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, would that be for 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
And would that report then concern to the incident that you're here to talk about?
Yes.
And you said there's a portion of that report that says dates and times, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at those dates and times, and then I'll ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you read that to review it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, based upon that, does that refresh your recollection as to like the alarm time and potentially the arrival time at Colts Neck?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the alarm time?
12:41 p.m.
And what was the arrival time?
12:55 p.m.
Okay. And that 12:55 p.m., would that represent arrival at 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck? Okay. So when you get to 15 Willowbrook, it's you and the 7 or 8 total guys?
7, yes.
Okay, 7 total guys. And that rescue apparatus, is that like a fire truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to Colts Neck, did you see police cars?
I did see some police cars. I don't recall exactly where they were located, but I remember seeing.
Sure, but was there a police presence at the scene when you got there?
Yes, there was.
And was there any fire presence at the scene, if you recall?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that, like how many, who, if you remember?
Fire apparatus.
Yes.
I remember seeing Earl Naval Weapons Station. They had their ladder truck parked in the driveway up near the house. I don't recall any other fire apparatus at the time from when we got out of the truck and we walked up to the house.
Were you and your crew, were you one of the early fire responders at that scene?
Yes.
Now, when you get there, do you make any observation of smoke or fire?
Yes, there was a heavy smoke condition.
Did you see flames upon your initial arrival?
I don't recall specifically whether or not I saw flames, but I do recall a very heavy smoke condition.
Okay. Was it a large residence or a small residence?
It was a large residence.
Now, when you got to the fire scene that day, how do you decide, or how does someone decide where you're going to go, what you're going to do? Can you tell us?
It was decided per command that my chief was going to assume control of operations for the scene, so my assignments were going to be given, my crew's assignments were given directly from my chief.
Now, if you're a Howell Fire Department and you're going to Colts Neck for mutual aid, why was your chief at that point in time in charge of operations?
To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure how those roles and responsibilities were doled out.
Okay.
I can tell you that my chief was assigned operations, and I was taking assignments directly from my chief at the scene.
Okay. So based upon commands from your chief at the scene, what's the first thing you did at that fire scene?
My crew's assignment was to make entry from the Alpha side, the A side of the building, and to conduct the left-hand search.
I'm going to show you just briefly. I'm going to approach with S1C, slide 9. Yeah. Mark, I'm just showing you what's been marked as S1C, slide 9. Do you recognize generally what that picture shows?
This is a picture from the Alpha Bravo corner of the residence.
Okay. Now, when you talk about Alpha Bravo, can you just explain what that means?
So if you're looking at the house from the driveway, the Alpha is going to be where the front door is. The left side is going to be the Bravo. Back of the house is the Charlie. Right side is the Delta.
Okay. So A is the front of the house, then you work around clockwise?
Yes, that's correct.
B, C, D, correct? Okay. So you reference which corner?
The Alpha Bravo corner.
Okay. Just want to. Before I take that away, one more question. On slide 9. Where did you enter, you and your crew, where did you enter on that date?
From the door here on the Alpha side.
You gotta speak up, sir.
From the front door on the Alpha side that leads directly from the driveway.
Could I, permission to publish?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Could I have S1C, slide 9? Sir, you have that photograph in front of you on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and could you possibly just hit this and just put a little box around where you entered? Can we preserve that, please? Thank you.
That's slide 9.1.
Now, Mr. LaMarca, can you tell us, like, what you encountered when you first went through that door?
As soon as we got through the door, there was zero visibility, blackout conditions because of the smoke. So we were essentially operating by touch.
Okay. Is that something that are you trained for that situation?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you do once you walk in, there's not a lot of visibility, how do you get to where you want to go?
We conducted a left-hand search, so you're essentially keeping your left hand with contact at all times to the wall, just to keep yourself oriented, and using your other hand, foot, tool, reach out as far as you can to feel for any potential victims as you move through the left-hand search.
Now, based on what you just said, when you get there, do you get briefed on information that others have prior to your arrival?
I don't recall us being relayed very much information at all. We were pretty much just given our assignment, there was maybe 2, 3, or 4 firefighters from Earl that had made entry prior to us arriving there.
Okay.
I'm not sure where they searched, where they went. Ultimately, I believe, if I recall correctly, they had to bail out of a window at some point, but I don't have any confirmation of that, that they made it to the second floor.
Now, when you entered that front door of 15 Willowbrook, were you looking to find people?
Yes, we were told that there was confirmed entrapment, potentially for victims and also potentially a nanny.
Okay. So you go in, you said you wanted to stay towards the left, correct?
Yes.
Would that be the front of the home, the A side?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
As soon as we went in, began the left-hand search, we were met with the set of stairs. We climbed those stairs, and shortly after reaching the landing of the stairs, we came in contact with the victim. How did you come in contact with the victim? I mean, as far as visibility goes. I felt her.
Were you with anyone else at that point in time, like right in front of you?
Yes, there were 2 firefighters that had made their way up past me onto the second floor, and there were another 3 behind me.
Was the visibility still extremely compromised on that landing area?
Yes.
Based upon the identification potentially of an individual, what if anything, did you and other firefighters do?
After it was determined that it was in fact the victim, I turned to the firefighter that was just below me on the stairs, and I told him that we're going to be taking them out. I grabbed the legs, and he grabbed her arms, and we carried her out.
Where did you take her?
Just by the garage doors.
In front of the house?
Yes.
After you did that, did you ultimately continue with efforts to find other individuals and or fire?
Yes, we were instructed to place her down in the driveway and then to go back in and continue our search.
Just briefly, so I don't miss it. I'm sorry, but when you encountered the body on the landing, can you describe directionally where her body was?
So she was towards the wall in the corner. Her feet were facing out towards going down the stairs, and her head was facing towards the wall of the landing, heading up the stairs.
When you ultimately took her outside and put her down on the ground, were there any signs of life at that point?
I wasn't able to determine, but it didn't. Once we were outside of the smoke, and I was able to see, it did not appear to be.
Just to be clear, was it a adult female or a young female?
A young female.
At points in time, did you remain, or strike that, did you remain at the scene for several hours?
Yes, we did.
And did you and your colleagues, did you continue to fight the fire?
Yes, we did.
And was there a point in time later that day that the fire was actually extinguished?
By the time that we had left, I don't believe so. There were still crews operating when we had left.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you left?
I believe it was around 8 o'clock.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Cross.
I don't have any questions, thank you.
All right. Sir, you can step down. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
The state calls Detective Richard Cirillo.
Okay. Detective, you were under oath when we left you on Thursday afternoon. You are still under oath here today. You remember the oath that you gave, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We were still in direct examination, so we will continue with Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
We left off when we were here last with the conclusion, essentially, of your investigation of day one. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I wanted to show you some pictures. I know we looked at a couple, but I have a few more. It's going to actually be, for the record, S1E. slides 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, and S1C slides 28, 29, 129, and 130. I'm showing council. Sorry.
So Marie, is there objection to them being published now, or do you need the foundation before?
I don't know, Judge. There's no objection. This thing can publish now.
Okay, great, thank you.
If we could please have S1E slide 20. Detective, can you describe what we're looking at here?
The rear of the structure, the house.
All right, so if you're facing the house, where would this specifically be located?
From the roadway, this would be to the right or to the west of the structure.
Do you see the door there?
Yes,
Okay, what is on the other side of that door?
a garage.
Okay, and if you're looking head-on at the photo, is there, you spoke earlier about an electrical meter. Where would that be located?
That's on the left side of the door, excuse me, on the corner of the structure.
Okay, and how about the generator? Where would that be?
Behind the shrubs on the right side of the door.
Can we have slide 21, please? Do you see the electrical meter in this picture?
Not 100% sure. I do see the meter pan cover.
Sorry, the meter box.
I do see the electrical service panel on the left side.
Okay, and can we please have the next slide, 22? Okay, what are we looking at here?
The meter service panel.
Okay, that's the meter service panel?
Yes, the electrical service comes into the structure from
Okay. Now, just from this location, where was Keith's body located, specifically from there?
behind me, if I'm looking at this, and to my left.
What, if anything, did you observe about that panel right there that we see?
The handle is in the down position, and there's no meter attached to it or a cover on it.
Can you circle that handle for us? What, if anything, did it mean to you that the handle was in the down position?
At that moment, I did not know what it was about until I looked into it a little further. It secured the meter into the box, or was able to bypass the service for the electric company to do work there.
Okay, when you say you put the meter into the box, what are you referring to?
There are clamps that hold the meter itself into the box, and that was used to secure it in there as well.
Could you please have the next slide, which is, I believe, 23?
Do we want to circle that? Do we want to print that, 22.1?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry.
So this is S1E slide 22.1. Detective, if you don't mind just doing the undo button, if you remember. Thank you.
Have the next slide now, please. Detective, this is just a little bit of a different angle on this picture, but what, if anything, do you see in this photo?
To the left of the panel, on the floor, I see the meter pan cover and the meter in the shrub there.
Can you circle those for us, please? Now, you testified previously when you were on the stand that when you arrived, you were over by Keith's body and you made some observations about this particular area.
Yes.
Are those the observations that you were referring to, the door and the meter on the floor?
Yes.
On the ground? If we could please have the next slide.
Do you want that captured?
Yes, I'm sorry.
23.1.
Undo?
Yes, please.
Slide 24, please. And sir, what is this that we're looking at?
That is the meter from the meter pan.
And is that how you found it?
Yes.
Can we please have slide, it's going to be S1C, slide 128. Detective, you had previously testified that when you were over by the electrical meter after you arrived, you received notification from a firefighter to come over to this particular area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and what was over in this particular area?
That is where the live round of ammunition was located and where I placed the orange traffic cone.
Can we please have slide 129? Is that just a little bit closer up?
Yes.
And slide 130, please. What are we looking at here?
The round of ammunition that was found on the floor.
Okay, thank you. You can take them down. Detective, I believe we're into now the next day of your investigation, so that would it be 11/21/18?
Yes.
All right, and I think you'd said last time, but just to clarify, that from Pennsylvania, you had gone back to the scene at about 1 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived on the scene, what were your observations?
Fire operations had concluded. There was a manned engine company for fire watch, and the scene was secured by Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and Colts Neck Police Office.
Did you go home from there that night? Got some sleep?
Yes.
And the next morning at about 8 a.m., where did you go?
Back to the scene.
And who was there when you arrived?
I met Detective Petrozello there. There were members of Colts Neck Township Police, Prosecutor's Office, firefighters. Due to structural concerns, members from the USAR, Urban Search and Rescue Group, and the Neptune Township Office of Emergency Management were there.
Okay, and what were they doing there?
They were brought in to secure the location and shore it up to ensure that it did not collapse.
And do you recall what specific location, was there a specific location in the house that they were concerned that would collapse?
I believe they went into the basement of the location. They were concerned that due to the fire, there was a chance that it was going to collapse.
And did they do what they had to do to make that area safe?
Yes.
On that particular day, what, if any, other detectives from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office were assigned to this case?
There were several from forensics and Detective Basindos.
Detective Bassender?
Bassender.
Okay, and do you know what unit she was in?
Financial crimes.
Did you leave the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road at some point that afternoon?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I believe we went to the office in Asbury Park.
Okay, do you recall where specifically that was?
I couldn't remember the exact address, 7-something Cookman Avenue.
Cookman Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say the office, whose office are you talking about?
That was where Keith and Paul Caneiro's office for Square One and Echo Star was located.
Okay, who went specifically with you?
Detective Petrozello.
Why did you the two of you go there?
We wanted to make contact with Tiffany Rivera.
Who was she?
The office manager.
Did you make contact with her at that point?
Not at the location. We did speak to her by phone.
Okay, and later that day, did you actually meet with Tiffany Rivera in person?
Yes.
Where was that?
At the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Did you end up taking a formal statement from her that day?
Not that day, no.
A couple of days later, did you take a formal statement from her?
Yes.
Okay, nonetheless, on that day, so on the 21st, did you and Detective Petrozello speak with Tiffany?
Yes.
And did she provide you with information?
She gave us basics on the business structure, some financials. I don't remember exact details. I apologize.
At about 7:13 p.m. that night, did you receive anything from Ms. Rivera?
She sent an email that was requested. The email was some conversations that she and Keith had via text message.
Do you recall who else gave, do you recall if anyone gave a formal statement on the 21st?
We spoke with Corey Caneiro.
Okay, and do you remember where that took place?
At the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And I guess when I say formal statement, just to clarify, was it like a typed written question and answer statement that you took from him?
Yes, myself, Detective Petrozello, there was a typist there, a secretary, and questions were asked. He answered, and they were formalized.
I want to draw your attention ahead a little bit now to about 7 p.m. that night of November 21st. What, if anything, happened with regard to yourself and the investigative team?
We had a meeting at the Colts Neck Township Municipal Court building.
I don't want you to tell us anything that was said, but what was the purpose of that meeting?
Everybody came together in the same location to discuss where we were in the investigation.
When you say everybody, can you just tell us generally who from what departments? You don't have to say specifically, but who are we talking about?
So members of the forensics unit from the prosecutor's office were there, myself, Detective Petrozello, members of the investigative team from the Ocean Township location were on scene. Their administration or higher-ups from all of the agencies were present as well.
And what is the point of sharing information between the investigative team?
So we're all on the same page where we are collectively. If additional things need to be taken care of, that would be the point where we would start, I guess, assigning them to the different people.
And is that important for you to know as the lead detective from Colts Neck?
Yes.
So what specific, and don't tell me anything anyone was said, but did you learn of other evidence that had been gathered by other investigators with regard to this case?
Yes.
What types of evidence was that you learned about?
Forensics had collected ballistic evidence from the scene. There were many pieces of evidence collected from both scenes, actually.
Okay, and you learned about those pieces of evidence?
Yes.
At that point, did you, again, you don't tell us anything that was said, but did you receive any preliminary results from any agencies?
Yes.
From where?
From the Ocean Township location.
Okay, and was it from the medical examiners as well?
Medical examiners had given a very preliminary based on their examination of the bodies.
Did you learn about any evidence that had been collected thus far from any vehicles?
Yes, from the Ocean Township location.
The next day, November 22nd of 2018, was that a Thursday?
Yes.
Was that Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right, so the day after that, November 23rd, that morning, where did you go?
I responded to the Ocean Township location, 27 Tilton Drive.
Who did you go with?
Myself, I met Detective Petrozello there.
Who else was on scene at 27 Tilton Drive that day?
There were many members from Ocean Township, the prosecutor's office, and 2 members of the state police.
Who were they?
2 canine handlers. Trooper Coking, another trooper, I don't remember his name, and they brought a cadaver dog with them.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you see those troopers and that cadaver dog do?
The trooper gave commands to his canine to search for specific evidence that he's trained to, and he went in there and located that evidence.
Do you know where the evidence?
Can we go to the sidebar?
Sure. I'm going to sustain the objection. So anything that that was identified by this witness or just testified to as it deals with what the canine dog may have hit on or identified, that's going to be for a different witness, not for this witness. So that last answer, I'm just going to ask to strike it from the record and for you to use that eraser, okay? Thank you all. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I just want to know what your observations were with regard to any evidence that may have been collected from the scene of 27 Tilton that morning.
They recovered some clothing from the residence that believed had blood on it.
Where specifically in the residence?
It was located in the basement of the residence.
Thank you. After you left the scene of 27 Tilton that day, where did you go?
I believe we executed a search warrant that night.
Did you go back to 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, after that.
Okay. And who were you with?
Detective Petrozello, we met there.
Was anyone from the crime scene unit or forensics there as well?
Yes.
What, any information did you gather when you went back to 15 Willowbrook Road?
That they were still recovering evidence from the location.
And at that time, did you have occasion to make any observations of the generator behind those shrubs?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note about that generator?
I collected information from the generator to make contact with the company that serviced it.
What company was that?
Wash Hour, I believe was the name.
Did you, in fact, reach out to that company that day?
Yes.
Who did you speak to from there?
Sorry, I don't recall his name.
when you spoke to that individual, were any requests made by you of that individual?
Yes.
What was that?
Any service records that were available for it. And the person that I spoke to, and I don't recall his name, but he was the actual service technician for the generator itself. And he arranged to meet with us to do an inspection of the generator.
And when was the arrangement to meet?
I believe it was for the next day.
Okay, so let's go to the next day at about 9:30 a.m. Where did you go?
To 15 Willowbrook Drive.
Now, when you got there, were forensics still on scene?
Yes.
Okay, what, if anything, did you observe about what they had done to the yard?
They were sifting some dirt for ballistic evidence.
About 10 a.m., who showed up on scene?
Representatives from Washour, fire departments, including Colts Neck and Naval Weapons Station Earl, members of the ATF, and the representative from Washour were there.
Now, the representative from Washour, what, if anything, did you see him do there?
We requested he conduct an inspection of the generator for us.
Did he do that?
Yes, he did.
Did you make observations about that?
Yes.
And what specifically did you see him doing?
While he was inspecting the generator, it was noted that one of the switches that was not normally accessible was in the off position. The gas to the generator was into the off position as well. He was able to start it to demonstrate that it did work.
I think you might have said it, but were members of the ATF there as well?
Yes.
What was their role?
They were brought in to do, because of the scale of the fire, to help with the electrical inspections and engineering.
Was the scene ultimately released that day on 11/24?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just explain what it means to release the scene?
Once the police or fire can finish all of their investigative work at the scene, there's no longer a need for us to hold it. We'll release it back to representatives from the family or the family themselves.
Now, just because the scene is released, does that mean that your investigation concludes?
No.
So, drawing your attention now to November 27th of 2018, do you recall speaking with an individual named Stephen Weinstein?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him at?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And who did you speak with him with?
With Detective Petrozello, and I think Detective Basinda was there.
Ultimately, did you obtain a formal statement from Mr. Weinstein?
Yes.
And was that later in January?
Yes.
On November 28th, the next day, do you recall meeting with Ronald Artigis?
Yes.
Did you obtain a formal statement from him that day?
Yes.
And then finally, on 11/29 of 18, do you recall that date?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance happened with regard to this investigation?
I believe that was when I signed the formal charges against Mr. Caneiro.
And did you remain involved with the investigation after that?
Yes.
You present for statements,
Yes.
et cetera?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:15. We're going to take our 15-minute break. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back out at around 11:30. Excuse me, 10:30. That would have been a long break, huh? Thank you. Okay, everyone can be seated. Feeling good?
Yeah.
We can start with cross-examination, Mr. Murray, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Detective, good morning.
Good morning.
So I think where you ended with the state just now was at the point in time when you approved formal charges against Paul Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And that took place on November 29th of 2018.
Yes.
Now, as part of the filing of those formal charges, you completed something known as an individual arrest report?
Yes.
And that includes personal details about Paul Caneiro. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's going to include things like his address, right?
Yes.
It's going to have a booking number on it.
Yes.
It's going to indicate things like his height and his weight,
Yes.
marital status.
Yes.
These items were entered into this form for Paul Caneiro in particular, correct?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Mr. Caneiro's, Paul Caneiro's height and weight at the time of arrest on November 29th of 2018?
I do not.
If I were to show you the document, the individual arrest report, would that help you recollect those facts?
If it is written in there, yes.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to approach. This is S409. Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you tell us what it is?
It is an arrest report for the Colts Neck Police Department.
Does
For
that-
Paul Caneiro.
For Paul Caneiro,
Yes.
relating to the charges that you approved on November 29th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Does that document list Paul Caneiro's height and weight at the time of arrest?
Yes.
And could you tell us what those, what that information is?
The information listed is 5'11" and the weight of 230.
I'm going to take this back, okay?
Okay.
All right, so when you say the weight of 230, obviously I'm sure we all understand this, but just for clarification purposes, we're saying at that time, Paul Caneiro was 230 pounds, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified today about responding to the 15 Willowbrook scene numerous times between November 20th of 2018 and the 27th of 2018, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with something called a first responding officer's scene entry log?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us in general what that is, what that document is?
It would be a log of who entered, when they entered, what agency they're from, when they left.
Okay. And when you say it would be a log of who entered and when they entered, would that be who entered a crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a first responding officer scene entry log filled out for the 15 Willowbrook scene?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. This is S103. Looking at that, do you
Yes.
recognize it?
It is a first responder scene log.
Okay. Is it a first responder scene log for the 15 Willowbrook Road address?
That's what is written on it, yes.
Okay. Is there a date on it?
11/20 of 18.
Okay. Do you see names and agencies
Yes.
on that document?
Yes.
Do you recognize the names?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the agencies?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize these as names of people who responded to the scene that day?
Yes.
At 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this document also, and I can show you if you don't know or don't recall, spans over multiple days.
Okay.
Okay. And that would be common for a scene entry log for a crime scene where there was police and fire involvement over multiple days, right?
Yes.
And the point is that the purpose of this document is to keep an accounting of what members of law enforcement from what agency came onto the property, right?
Yes.
And when they came onto the property.
Yes.
And obviously, this is a multi-page document because there were a number of different police and fire personnel who came onto the 15 Willowbrook property, correct?
Yes.
And they were from a number of different agencies, right?
Yes.
And there was also, aside from there being numerous police and fire response, there were also there was attention about this location from media outlets during this time, right?
Yes.
And there were news helicopters flying over the house, right?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to, Detective, if we could, get into some photographs of the location.
Prosecutor, you're okay to publish?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So you don't have to go through that step, you can just do it on the screen.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
I'll save you the step. Officer.
Sorry, Detective, just 1 second. Okay. Can you see that clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the property 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck on that photograph?
That looks to be 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck.
Okay. And that 15 Willowbrook address would be in the area of the center of the photo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the solar panels depicted in that photo as well?
Yes.
And obviously you did some inspection of those panels as part of your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Towards the top of the photo, do you see a road running across the photo?
Yes.
Is that Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
And then to the left of the photo, do you see another road that appears to run from the top of the photo to the bottom of the photo?
Looks like a driveway.
Okay. Are you familiar with whether that driveway was paved or unpaved around the time of November 20th of 2018?
I don't know.
As part of your investigation in this case, did you ever travel down that driveway to the left in this photo?
No.
Do you see what appears to be a structure towards the bottom of the photo at the end of that driveway? You do?
Yes.
Do you know if that structure, as of November 20th of 2018, was occupied or unoccupied?
No,
It was not, or you don't know?
I do not know.
You don't know. Okay. Towards the top of this photo, between this driveway you've identified, we also see the driveway of 15 Willowbrook depicted towards the top of the photo, correct?
Yes,
Where it meets Willowbrook Road?
yes.
In between that other driveway and the 15 Willowbrook driveway, we see a tract of land with what appears to be trees on it, right?
In that picture, yes.
Okay. Could I actually ask the detective if he could just circle the area of this photo where you see the trees between the driveway of 15 Willowbrook and the other driveway you identified?
You want all the way to from driveway to driveway?
If you could, however you see it.
So Murray, can you tell me the number one more time? I apologize. Of the actual photo, it's D something. I forgot what it was.
It's captured?
It's captured.
Okay, thank you. This is D1-317.
So this is 317.1 that we just captured.
Detective, as part of your investigation in this case, did you ever walk the area that you just circled in D1-317?
I did not.
You did not. So you did not walk in that circled area to do, let's say, a canvass for potential pieces of evidence, right?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take any measurement from the area of the house, 15 Willowbrook, to the area of the circle in the upper left corner of the photo?
I did not.
Okay. So you did not measure how far it is, let's say, from the end where that other driveway meets 15 Willowbrook Road to where the actual house at 15 Willowbrook Road is?
I personally did not.
Do you see inside of the circle that you drew on the photo? It would be to the right of the other driveway. Do you see a little area where it looks like you might be able to enter between the trees onto the 15 Willowbrook Road property?
Possibly.
Okay. As part of your investigation of this case, did you ever drive along that area of Willowbrook Road, specifically looking at this area that you circled?
I did not.
Okay. You became aware, I would imagine, at some point, that there was, let me retract that, I apologize. You mentioned a meeting that took place with law enforcement agencies and yourself at the municipal building, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was to coordinate the efforts amongst law enforcement, I'm sure to make sure that you weren't duplicating each other's efforts.
Fair, yes.
And to make sure that everybody was apprised of what the agencies were doing, right?
Yes.
And one of the questions with this developing situation is, if there's a perpetrator being looked for, how did that person get on to the 15 Willowbrook property? Right?
Okay. Yes.
I mean, that, you know, that's a question that law enforcement is going to attempt to answer through this investigative process, right?
Yes.
And the indication, as far as you know, is that whoever this person is, this perpetrator that came onto the 15 Willowbrook property, didn't do it by driving down the driveway of 15 Willowbrook.
I don't know that for sure.
You don't know for sure?
No.
Okay. Could you do me a favor? The circle that you've drawn, could you just retract that? It's okay. Did you, in the course of this investigation, get a sense of how big the property at 15 Willowbrook is? And by that I mean, do you know what the land measurements are?
I don't know.
Would it be fair to say that in this time period, November of 2018, you were familiar with the roads surrounding Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck?
Yes.
And you were aware that if you were at 15 Willowbrook Road in the driveway, if you went out of the 15 Willowbrook Road driveway and made a left, you'd go to Route 34.
Yes.
And if you made a right, you would go to Longbridge Road.
Yes.
And you're aware that other members of law enforcement who participated in this investigation went on a canvas to look for surveillance from various roads in the Colts Neck area.
Yes.
And the purpose of that, as far as you understood, is to see where the person or people who had been on the 15 Willowbrook property, how they got to the location, and and the direction they took to leave the location. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that at some point in time, the road, Longbridge Road, became significant in that investigation, right?
Yes.
And Longbridge Road connects directly with Willowbrook Road, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say that Willowbrook Road comes to a T intersection, and you can make a left or a right onto Longbridge Road from there, right? If you make a right and go and head down Longbridge Road, you come to a body of water, right?
believe so, yes. I haven't been, I don't work in the town anymore, so it's been some time.
Okay.
Are you speaking of the reservoir?
I'm speaking of, yes, so I think that's Swimming River Reservoir,
Yes.
right? And Longbridge Road actually crosses over Swimming River Reservoir?
Yes.
And where it crosses over Swimming River Reservoir, Longbridge Road is a single lane road. There's traffic going one way in each direction, right?
Yes.
And where the road crosses over the reservoir, there's water on both sides of the road, right?
Yes.
When we're talking about these streets in Colts Neck in 2018, Willowbrook Road was not, if you know, was not a heavily trafficked road late at night, right?
Correct.
Nor was Longbridge Road.
Correct.
Longbridge Road is what we might describe as a rural road, right? It's not a highway.
It is not.
And where Longbridge Road goes over the reservoir on both sides, right? Obviously, it's a bridge. The road is a bridge at that point in time, right?
Yes.
As part of your employment and experience in Colts Neck, I'm sure that prior to November of 2018, you had been on Longbridge Road.
Yes.
You probably had been on it many times, right?
Fair, yes.
And you know that that bridge section of Longbridge Road where it goes over the reservoir, there's just basically a guardrail on both sides of the road.
Yes.
There's not like, for example, high fencing on the road at that section, right?
No.
And as you mentioned before, it's the kind of road where late at night or in the early morning hours, a person traveling on it probably wouldn't expect to encounter other vehicles.
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
No.
No, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
Okay. You know that the investigation, and let me clarify this first of all. Obviously, you've testified that this investigation not only involved 15 Willowbrook, but also involved the Tilton Drive address in Ocean, right?
Yes.
But just confining ourselves to Colts Neck for a moment, okay? You know that the investigation of this case regarding Colts Neck took place not in more places than just the 15 Willowbrook property, right?
Yes.
You know that officers searched in other parts of Colts Neck for potential evidence rather than just 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
And you know that about a little over a mile from the 15 Willowbrook property, officers ended up discovering a pair of gloves.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. But you do know that officers searched for items of evidentiary value in areas other than the 15 Willowbrook property, right?
Yes.
Because at that point in time, nobody knew where important evidence items might be located, right?
Yes.
And obviously, a person who came onto the 15 Willowbrook property to commit these crimes might have disposed of evidence as they were leaving the property, right?
Potentially.
And they might have disposed of evidence along the road as they were traveling away from the property, right?
Potentially, yes.
And what I'm trying to say is that's a reason why you would search elsewhere for evidence, right?
Yes.
And we also know that, going back to Longbridge Road for a second, Longbridge Road, specifically going over this reservoir, is a route that one could take to travel from Colts Neck to Ocean Township, right?
Potentially, yes.
We saw during your direct examination, the state showed you a photo of a garage door.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that garage door was a door at the 15 Willowbrook property, right?
Yes.
Now, the 15 Willowbrook property, the garage is set up that at the front of the house, it is a 3 garage bay garage, right?
Yes.
And in the back of the garage, there's that 1 garage bay door, right?
Yes.
So that photo we saw before, we were actually looking at the back of the garage.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you became aware over the course of this case that there were cameras located inside of that garage, right?
Yes.
And you became aware over the course of this case that those cameras may have captured something significant in terms of the investigation, right?
Yes.
And because those cameras at around 2:36 in the morning on November 20th record what appears to be a human figure walking by that garage door, right?
I believe so, yes.
Did you ever see the
I
footage?
saw it once a long time ago.
Okay. Judge, I'm just going to approach with, this is slide 217.
Is it the Willowbrook? Is it 1C?
Yes, this is 1C, 217.
Are you going to put it on the screen? Or not? You can do whatever you want. If you're going to put it on the screen, I was just going to ask if there was an objection.
I just want to see if he recognizes it first, the photo. He's sitting.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just drawing your attention to the top photo. You recognize that?
From the inside of the garage at 15 Millbrook.
Okay. Was this photo significant in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me clarify that. Did it capture something that was significant?
It captured what we believe was a person outside the residence prior to the incident occurring.
Okay. When you say prior to the incident occurring, do you mean the early hours of November 20th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a time depicted in this photo?
Timestamp on the picture is 2:36 and 02 seconds on 11/20 of 18.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's slide number
This is 217.
217. Okay, thank you.
Judge, this is going to be with the state's consent, 217 and 218.
Okay, go ahead. No objection, right?
No, Judge.
Okay. Detective, showing you what is 217 on the top, and then S1C slide 218 on the bottom. We just looked at, you and I just looked at the top slide, correct?
Yes.
Appearing to show a human figure walking by that garage door at 2:36 in the morning, right?
Yes.
Below that, we have a daytime photo of that same garage door, correct?
Yes.
And we can see that in that lower photo, that's 218, there are what appear to be frosted panes of the door, right?
Yes.
And there's kind of a metal support structure to the door, right?
Yes.
Now, we see the figure in 217 walking by, and we can see that figure relative to that metal structure on the door, right?
Yes.
Did you make any effort to measure the height of that door?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take any effort to measure, for example, how high it is from the upper half of the metal support structure to the ground?
I did not.
I'm going to remove this slide. So, no measurements were taken by yourself then?
Correct.
As I understand it, that would be useful in determining the height of the person in that photo.
I did not forensically process the scene, so I did not take any measurements.
Okay. You mentioned a person during your direct testimony. This is going back to last week now, okay? You mentioned a person who contacted 911 to report hearing shots early in the morning on November 20th, right?
Yes.
And you said that that person lived about 2 to 3 miles away. from 15 Willowbrook Road, right?
Yes.
And you told us that, well, you gave us their last name, right?
Yes.
And you determined this information because you said as part of your job you would daily monitor calls that came in, right?
Yes.
And so you actually found out about this because it's one of the calls that came in the night before, right?
Yes.
Now, you found out about it also and you listened to the call, right?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And this call became part of what's known as a CAD report, right?
Yes.
Would you tell us what a CAD is?
It's a computer-aided dispatch record that's created when the 911 call comes in or any call for service comes in.
When this call came in on the morning of November 20th regarding shots fired, a CAD was created, right?
Yes.
And the CAD would have listed when the call was placed to the police, right?
Yes.
And it would have listed when the caller identified hearing the information about which he was calling, right?
Yes.
And it would have given a brief description of why the caller was calling, right?
Yes.
And the CAD in this case, for that call, describes all those things we just talked about, right?
I believe it did, yes.
Okay. Do you remember when the call from this caller came in? Okay. Do you remember when they reported hearing the shots?
No.
If I were to show you the CAD report, would that help you to remember?
I would be able to identify those times, yes.
This is D109. Do you recognize that?
It says it's a CAD master table report.
Okay.
This is not the report that I would typically review as part of my day. My report looks different than.
Okay. Well, is this a CAD printout?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a CAD printout about the call that came in for the shots fired?
Yes.
Is it from the relevant period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you had testified before, meaning last week, that the caller who called had called in from River's Edge and Laird Road.
Yes.
And is that where this caller called in from?
That's the address listed on this report.
Okay. So far we can see that all the information on this document is the same as the CAD that you had reviewed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does this document indicate the time that the caller called?
According to this report, it was received by telephone at 3:31 and 33 seconds.
And we see that there's a time for when reported.
3:33 and 43 seconds.
So 3:33 and 43 seconds is when this CAD list is reported.
According to this report, yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, this is S1 of 4. When you said you had seen a different version of this before, were you talking about this
Yes.
document?
That is the way the report would be generated at the Colts Neck Police Department.
Okay. Does it contain the same information that we just went over?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, you obviously when you got to the scene, you are the person who placed the traffic cone in the patio area?
Yes.
And you did that because you saw that there was a live round on the ground of the patio area, right?
Yes.
That was, when we're thinking about the property and we're looking, let's say we're looking at the front of the property, 15 Willowbrook. If we're looking at the front of the property, to our right, on the side of the property would be where the patio area is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was also the side of the property where spent shell casings were found as part of this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And it was also the side of the property where Keith Caneiro's body was located, right?
Yes.
And it's also the side of the property that the primary bedroom of the house was located on, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
Okay. Did you look at any architectural plans for the home?
No.
And did you do a walkthrough of the home?
Yes.
And you went to the second floor of the home?
Yes.
And you looked in the bedrooms of the home?
Yes.
And you knew that on the second floor there was a balcony?
Yes.
And there was a balcony that you could get to from the second floor by going through a set of sliding glass doors?
Yes.
And you knew that if you went out on that balcony and looked to your right, you'd be looking at the side of the house where the unfired bullet was found, right?
Yes.
And you'd be looking at the side of the house where the shell casings were found?
Yes.
And those doors that you would have come out of to get onto the balcony would lead you into the primary bedroom of the house, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so when I'm saying that the primary bedroom is on the same side of the house that the shell casings were found, that's why I'm saying that. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So that evening, we know that a person called 911 about shots fired around 3:31 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And that person, we know, was 2 to 3 miles away.
Yes.
We have no record of 911 call being made by anyone from 15 Willowbrook, right?
Correct.
Numerous electronics were taken from the home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that would include computers, right? It would include cell phones as well.
Yes.
It would include surveillance systems.
Yes.
Jennifer Caneiro, was her phone ever taken
I
from the residence?
do not recall.
You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know, so you don't know if her phone was ever collected?
I don't recall.
You know if her cell phone records were ever obtained?
I do not know.
You know that you weren't the only detective to go to the second floor of the home, right?
Yes.
there were numerous people from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office who also went to the second floor of the home, right?
Yes.
And they were doing an investigation to look for anything of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
And on the first floor of the home, there was an extensive search of the areas of the kitchen, the foyer, and the stairs, right?
Yes.
And debris from the fire was taken from inside the house and brought out and inspected, sifted through outside in the yard, right?
Yes.
And that the sifting and going through that, all that was for the purpose of finding anything that could be of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
But we don't know, with all that searching, whether Jennifer Caneiro's phone was ever found.
Objection, asked and answered.
He said he doesn't know. So I'm going to sustain the objection.
I'll ask a different way.
Okay.
Phone, just as part of a normal investigation, right? Obtaining phone records can be an important step in the investigation, right?
Yes.
Phone records can tell us who a person is in contact with, right?
Yes.
It can tell us, potentially, where a person was when they made or received a phone call.
Yes.
And you know that phone records were obtained in this case, right?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. Specifically, your report does indicate that phone records were obtained for Keith Caneiro.
Okay. Yes, if it's in the report, then I wrote yes.
I mean, do you want to see it, or do you?
I could look at the report. It was 7 years ago for me.
I'd be happy to show it to you.
I believe somewhere in the report it says that multiple warrants and affidavits were done as well.
Detective, this is S-100. Whenever, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Does that document include the report you wrote in this case?
Yes.
And do we see that report starting on page 17 of this document?
Page 18 of 55, yes.
Okay. And that's where your report begins, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to just direct your attention to page 46. And to the third full paragraph. You want to read that to yourself?
Okay.
Okay. So we do know that phone records were obtained in this case, right?
Yes.
And they were obtained for, in particular, Keith Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And another thing that phone records do is potentially show us where a phone has traveled to, right?
Yes.
Because when a person receives a call or a text, it comes to them from a cell tower, right?
Yes.
And that cell tower has a certain geographic range that it can reach to, right?
Yes.
So I know if I have phone records showing me that a person, or I shouldn't say a person, but showing me that a person's phone bounced off of a certain cell tower, I would know that phone was in the geographic range of that tower, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you are conducting an investigation and you cannot locate, let's say, a person's phone, you might be able to use phone records to see where that phone traveled to, right?
Yes.
Okay. But your testimony is you don't remember if phone records were requested for Jennifer Caneiro's phone.
I do not recall.
Okay. The property, you had mentioned during your direct today that the property was cleared by law enforcement and turned back over to the appropriate people, right?
Yes.
And so basically that's an indication that at some point in here, police and fire had concluded what they needed to do on the property. They could release it to whoever, either the homeowner or somebody else, right?
Yes.
And in this particular case, there was an insurance company involved.
Yes.
And that insurance company was involved with securing the property, right?
Yes.
And that insurance company was AIG.
I believe so.
And AIG was involved because they were actually the insurers of the home, 15 Willowbrook, right?
I believe so.
AIG conducted an evaluation of what items were within the property, right?
Okay. I guess.
Sir, if you don't know, you say I don't know. Don't say okay, because then we don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know the answer to what AIG did at the property.
Okay. Did you ever speak with any representatives from AIG about what they did at the property?
I personally did not.
You were, just so we're clear, and let me ask you this question first, actually. When you say you personally did not, does that mean somebody else in law enforcement did speak with them and told you about it?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So you don't know so you didn't speak with them, but you also don't know if anybody from law enforcement ever did?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were the lead detective for Colts Neck on this case, right?
Yes.
And what does it mean to be the lead detective?
I don't understand the question.
Well, so the words you've used are lead detective. So it's detective who's leading the investigation.
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to lead an investigation?
Determine what needs to get done at the scene, who to interview and other parts of the investigation. But while I was the lead detective for Colts Neck, I had a partner from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, and we were co-investigating this case.
Indicating I suppose, that some of these things that you're not sure if they were done or not could have been done by the person co-leading the investigation.
Yes.
But you don't know if they were.
I don't recall. It's been some time.
Okay. Just so the jury's aware, the person you're talking about who was co-leading the investigation, that's Detective Petrozello.
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying, since you don't remember whether these things happened, we should ask Detective Petrozello, right?
Objection.
I'm not sure that this is a proper question. I mean, you're asking him if you should ask somebody else? Is that what your question is?
I'm saying if he doesn't have the information, is he implying that the other detective does?
I don't know. That's a proper question. If you can answer it, go ahead.
I don't know the answer to that.
You mentioned in your report the idea of creating a timeline of events for what happened in this case.
Yes.
A timeline would establish what items of significance happened when, right? A timeline gives us an order for a series of events, right?
Yes.
And a timeline is an important investigative tool. Is that fair?
Yes.
You mention in your report that I think the timeline would include not only events that took place on the 15 Willowbrook property, but events that show when people of interest came onto the property and left the property, right?
Yes.
And when they might have been driving down the road away from the property, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you put in your timeline is that a vehicle of interest, in this case, is seen driving away from the property at 3:45 in the morning.
Yes.
You've also, I think, would agree that it would be important to put in the timeline when events like the cutting of power to the home took place, right?
Yes.
There was the de-energizing of the home, and then there was also perhaps some manipulation that happened with the generator, right?
Yes.
And there was also a Verizon Fios line to the house that was cut, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you document the times that it was believed that those items took place?
They might be in the report. I don't recall them.
Okay. Do you know if they are or are not?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you, I think you'd agree that those are significant, right?
Yes.
They're a significant part of this investigation?
Yes.
So if you knew them specifically, you would place them in the report?
Yes.
You also learned through the course of this investigation that the surveillance systems at 15 Willowbrook, at least primarily, were cloud-based.
Yes.
That there had previously been hardwired systems on the property, but they were switched to cloud systems because there were issues with the hardwired systems.
Yes.
Do you know what the issues with the hardwired systems were? No. You just know there were issues that led them to move to the cloud, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that you noticed when you came onto the property, as far as surveillance, was that there was a Nest doorbell camera.
Yes.
And that camera is in the front part of the house, right? It's not at the front door, but it's at that side service entrance next to the garage, right?
Yes.
And that's a doorbell camera that captures some area in the front driveway area of the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware that that was, or do you know if that was a motion-activated camera?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you ever review footage from that camera?
I don't recall.
Do you know if footage from that camera was ever sought out or obtained by law enforcement?
Possibly, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Thank you. This is previously published. Judge, this was previously published, D1-1.
Go ahead.
Showing you what's been previously published, Detective, as D1-1. Do you recognize that as the front of 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
And do you see in the upper right-hand corner of the photo it says Nest,
Yes.
indicating that this is taken by the Nest camera?
Yes.
This is the area, looking from the vantage point of this camera, this is the area where you saw the Ring doorbell?
The video doorbell, yes.
The video doorbell, I'm sorry. So this would appear to you, this item as marked D1-1 would appear to be video from that video doorbell, a still shot of video from that doorbell, right?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned taking a number of statements from people in the case, right? And you participated in statements involving Tiffany Rivera, right?
Yes.
And Steve Weinstein,
Yes.
and Ron Artigas,
Yes.
and Detective Bassender also participated in all those interviews.
Some of them, yes.
And she actually was involved in this case because she was involved in financial crimes.
Yes.
And you were looking at this case in terms of how finances potentially played a part in it, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you were looking at things that could go to motivation for the crimes, right?
Yes.
And obviously, when you were conducting these interviews with Steve Weinstein and Ron Artigas and Tiffany Rivera, that idea of motive is something that you were interested in exploring, right?
Yes.
Tiffany also was going to be an important person to talk to because she, as far as you understood, knew both Keith and Paul, right?
Yes.
And knew them in terms of their business relationship, right?
Yes.
You went to 705 Cookman Avenue in Asbury Park, right?
Yes.
That was the location of their business.
Yes.
Tiffany also worked there, right?
Yes.
You knew that when you went to the location?
Yes.
In fact, you went there hoping that you would speak to her at that location,
Yes.
but she wasn't there.
Yes.
So you talked to her later that day.
Yes.
And your report indicates that you talked to her fairly extensively that day, right?
Yes.
And you recount that. You don't need to tell me what was said, but your report recounts what took place during that conversation, right?
Yes.
And it's about over a page and a half of your single-spaced report goes to recounting that conversation with Tiffany.
Yes.
You also mentioned that Detective Bassender was on scene at 15 Willowbrook, right?
I don't remember seeing her that day.
I'm sorry, when you testified earlier today, I thought you said that on November 21st, when you were at 15 Willowbrook, Detective Bassender was there.
I don't recall.
Did I mishear you?
I don't recall saying that she was there that day.
Okay. All right. Well, and maybe I'm mistaken, but obviously she was present when you went to speak with Tiffany Rivera, right?
I believe she was present during one of the interviews at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
And she was present during the interview with Steve Weinstein.
I believe so, yes.
Do you want to see your report?
I'm okay right now.
Okay. All right. So your memory is she was present for that?
Yes.
Okay. And she was present for the interview with Ron Artigas?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, like Tiffany Rivera, you're meeting with these people so you can get background on financial information that could be relevant to your investigation, right?
Yes.
You are aware that, and I think you testified last week, that when you first got to the property at 15 Willowbrook, you obviously didn't know who was still inside the house, right?
Correct.
And there was a point in time where you thought that the babysitter could still be inside the house.
Correct.
But over the course of that day, you learned that that person is not in the house, right?
Correct.
You also learned that person's name.
At some point, yes.
Okay. And that person's name was Claudia Tamayo.
Yes.
Do you want me to show you? If I were to show you your report, would that help you refresh your recollection? Okay.
This is for Claudia's name, you're saying?
Yeah, just for her last name.
Do you have any reason to disagree with what you're being asked as what her last name was?
No, Your Honor, if it's in that report, that was the name that was provided to me.
Okay. I'm going to save you the step.
Okay.
That's the name.
Okay. So this was Claudia Tamayo. Okay. Claudia is identified through this investigation as the babysitter of Keith and Jennifer's children, right?
Yes.
And actually, law enforcement officers take a statement from her, right?
Yes.
And now, law enforcement wanted to speak with her because she was at that house very often, right?
Yes.
And knew who would come over to the house to visit the people she babysat for, right?
Yes.
And she knew who came and went from the house, right?
Object to the speculation of what she knew.
One of the reasons you would want to speak to her is because you believe that she may have information of that nature, right?
Yes.
So, you also found out, let me start this way. The person who you identified in the CAD report that we talked about, who called 911 about the shots,
Yes.
that's the only person who called 911.
I called 911, yes.
And you answered that way because you learned through the investigation that other people heard something they believed to be gunshots that night, right?
Yes.
But those people, as far as you understand, did not call the police.
Correct.
And they may have given various explanations for why they didn't, but in the end they didn't call the police, right?
Correct.
Okay. Colts Neck is a rural town in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
There are a lot of farms there.
Yes.
There are a lot of livestock there.
Yes.
People, there's hunting that takes place, right?
Yes.
Do people hunt at, are you allowed to hunt at night in Colts Neck? Or, let me clarify, were you allowed to hunt at night in November of 2018?
No, I don't believe it's legal to hunt during those hours.
You spoke with Corey Caneiro on more than one occasion as far as this investigation, right?
Yes.
One time you spoke with Corey Caneiro, you were in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And you drove to Pennsylvania to meet with him there, right?
Yes.
And you did ask, before you drove all the way out there, obviously you were involved in this investigating the scene at 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
And so I'm sure you didn't want to leave that investigation to drive all the way out to Pennsylvania unless you had to, right?
Yes.
It would have been obviously more convenient for your investigation if Corey Caneiro had come to you, right?
Yes.
But that you determined was not going to be possible, right?
Correct.
And if you wanted to talk to him that night, you would need to drive to Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And that was because Corey had a medical condition that prevented him from driving at night?
That was what was told to Detective Petrozello and I, yes.
Told to Detective Petrozello by Corey.
Yes.
After speaking with Corey in Pennsylvania, you then, several days later, take a formal statement from him?
The next day.
The next day, I'm sorry. Take a formal statement.
Yes.
At the conclusion of that statement, do you continue to investigate this case in terms of obtaining any further documents for Corey Caneiro?
I don't recall if we asked him for any additional documents.
Okay. Did you subpoena any documents pertaining to Corey Caneiro?
I did not know.
Did you contact any companies, phone companies, banks, things of that nature, about obtaining any records for Corey Caneiro?
I did not know.
You said during your direct that on one of your returns to the 15 Willowbrook property, you saw forensic personnel from the prosecutor's office sifting through dirt in the ground, right?
Yes.
And they were specifically looking for ballistic evidence?
That and any evidence that would be there.
Okay. And your understanding is that they dug in the dirt and found some additional ballistic evidence, is that right?
Yes.
And that was located in the ground underneath of where Keith Caneiro was found, lying, right?
Yes.
And that was included in what was found there was a shell casing, right?
I believe so, yes.
When you say you believe so, do you...
There was ballistic evidence recovered. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Your report would indicate what it was, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you S100 again. Your report, this is page 33 of 55. Just referring you to the second full paragraph on the bottom.
From the bottom?
Yeah. Second full paragraph.
This one here, you'll refer to.
Yes.
The DNA part of it? You're pointing to this?
Yeah, I'm
part?
sorry, I'm pointing you there. I'm sorry.
There were projectiles found during the forensic investigation.
Okay. So underneath of Keith was a Does it say that it was additional casings that were located?
They advised that additional casings were located, including inside the house and in the ground where Keith was located.
Okay. So in that section of dirt where the forensics team was digging, they did locate a shell casing?
Yes.
Correct. as part of this investigation, did you ever have conversations with law enforcement officers about whether certain items of personal property were missing from the house at 15 Willowbrook?
I don't recall that. Or I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know if you ever had contact with any companies about potentially items missing from that location?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know, you don't remember doing it yourself, do you know if anybody in the investigation did?
I can't answer to what others did. No.
Okay. Well, if you were aware, but you're not.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Going back to the Ring doorbell, or the doorbell camera on the side entrance of the house.
Okay.
After you noticed it, what efforts did you make to secure any potential footage from that device?
I did not. I believe that came up during the investigative meeting to obtain any surveillance that was available.
Let me understand that answer. You believe it came up during the investigative meeting?
I personally did not acquire any of the video from the location. There were other detectives obtaining information, search warrants, affidavits, whatnot, for various records as needed.
Okay. So you did not send out any requests for information related to that camera? Or any camera?
No.
Okay. Your understanding, though, to go back to what we were talking about before with the cameras in the house, your understanding, though, was that that was a cloud-based camera system?
At some point, yes.
Well, when we say at some point, what I mean is that was a cloud-based camera system as of November 20th of 2018.
Yes.
So, just so everybody here is clear, when we say cloud-based, what do we mean by that?
Storage of the images on the premise.
So, when the device records, the data from the recording goes somewhere other than the physical location of the property.
My understanding, yes.
Okay. At the law enforcement meeting, did it come up to discuss the property we saw in the photo with the long driveway next to 15 Willowbrook?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall whether anybody discussed going to that property, going to the structure to see if it was occupied or unoccupied?
I do not recall that.
Do you know if somebody actually did go to that structure to see if it was occupied or unoccupied?
Objection.
This has been asked and answered.
In the second statement that, or in the statements that you took from Corey, he provided you with certain email communications, right?
Yes.
And without going into what they were communications between Keith and Paul?
I believe they were.
After you approved charges on November 29th of 2018, you stayed involved with this case, right?
Yes.
And that would mean continuing to go to briefings on the case?
If we had any, yes.
Okay. It would mean speaking with other law enforcement officers about the case?
Yes.
It would mean staying informed about what was happening with the investigation?
Yes.
It would mean being apprised of whether there were any new developments with witnesses, right?
Yes.
Being apprised of any new developments about evidence in the case?
Yes.
And on January 4th of 2019, you had a meeting with Detective Fassender and Detective Petrozello?
Yes.
Did you learn over the course of this that there was a trust, that like the financial instrument, a trust that was potentially significant in this case?
Yes.
And did you learn that that trust included as potential beneficiaries not just Paul, but also Corey?
Yes.
And did you learn that as far as being potential beneficiaries, both Paul and Corey were 50-50 beneficiaries in that trust?
Yes.
Meaning that they stood to benefit equally, right?
Yes.
And after learning that, in being updated in this investigation, did you take, at that point, any efforts to additionally investigate Corey?
No.
At that point, did you take any efforts to additionally get any records pertaining to Corey?
No.
At that point, did you take any steps additionally to contact any companies or organizations about Corey?
No.
Or his records?
No.
This was obviously an extremely traumatic event that took place at scene at 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
And something that was totally unexpected for the entire Colts Neck community, right?
Yes.
And something that certainly deeply impacted the Colts Neck community in its aftermath, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect.
Detective, this is just a little thing, but you were asked about gathering some personal pedigree information from the defendant at the time of the charges. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe the weight that was given was 230.
Yes.
Did you weigh him?
No.
So you're going by what he's telling you, right?
Correct.
Now, the crime scene log, can you just explain a little bit, and maybe I should have asked you this, but how does that work at the crime scene? Like, who establishes it?
An officer is typically designated to be the keeper of the log. He'll identify everybody that's coming into the location, what agency they're from, when they get there, when they leave.
Now, you observed that crime scene log?
Yes, it was shown.
Okay. And Officer Mazzacola, was he the first one on scene?
He was.
Okay. The crime scene log, do you recall that it indicated 1,300 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Why would it say that if he was there a little bit before that?
That was the time that the log was established.
Okay, so the log itself was established at 1,300 or 1 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about the first time that you met with Corey Caneiro in Bethlehem. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, Detective, was Corey difficult to get in touch with that night?
No.
Did he speak to you or your partner as soon as you called him?
I spoke with Detective Petrozello.
Okay, and did he agree to meet you that night?
Yes.
Okay, and was he in fact cooperative?
Yes.
And he agreed to meet with you again to provide a formal statement?
Yes.
And he actually met with you again the next day and provided a formal statement, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, did you notice any injuries on Corey Caneiro that night?
No.
Corey, you'd indicated this on cross-examination, that he had an eye condition, I believe you said, that prevented him from driving?
Yes.
You were asked about that. Do you recall that?
Not verbatim, but he did have something that would not allow him to drive at night.
Okay. Corey was actually at his in-laws' house with his children that night. Isn't that correct?
Yes, check.
Already answered.
Well,
Did you meet the children that night?
not the children, no.
You just met him?
Yes, sir.
All right. I sustain the objection. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, as I pointed out to you before, you erased the fact that you heard about the children.
Now, Corey provided you with certain information as it came up on cross-examination regarding emails. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and those emails were between Keith Caneiro and the defendant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did he come into headquarters waving those emails around?
No.
Did Corey essentially provide information to you as you were asking it to him?
Yes.
Detective, there was a lot of talk about the fact that you didn't subpoena any records for Corey Caneiro for any sort of financial records or anything like that, right?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was Corey Caneiro involved with the businesses of Keith and Paul?
No.
To your knowledge, was Corey Caneiro the trustee on the trust document?
Not at that time, no.
To your knowledge, was Corey Caneiro taking money from the trust on a routine basis?
No.
Was there any physical evidence connecting Corey Caneiro to either of the crime scenes?
No.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Just two questions. When you say there was no physical evidence connecting Corey to the crime scenes, that would include, I guess, physical evidence like DNA, right?
Yes.
But if no one ever got Corey's DNA, it'd be impossible to answer that question, wouldn't it?
DNA was collected and matched.
I'm asking you, did you collect any, are you aware if DNA was collected from Corey Caneiro?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And without that, could we match Corey's DNA to anything on a crime scene?
No.
No. And injury on Corey, when you met with him in Pennsylvania, you were asked about just now? When you met with Corey, did you ask him to take his shirt off?
No.
You ask him to remove his pants? No. You tell him you want to take pictures of his body?
No.
Did you photo document his body in any way?
No.
Anything? Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, Detective, you can step down. State, you call your next witness.
Can I have a moment to go outside?
Yes.
Thank you.
How's everyone doing? Anyone need a bathroom break? Okay. All right. Let's go into the jury room. We'll give you 5 minutes, just real fast. Anyone that needs one, real quick, and then we're gonna come back out. I'm gonna give you your lunch break pretty quickly, but I just want to make sure everyone was comfortable before we started. Everybody can be seated. Thank you. Prosecutor, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Tyler Badaracco.
Okay. Well, sir, just watch your step. Once you get up next to the witness stand, can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Tyler Badaracco, B-A-D-A-R-A-C-C-O.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Sir, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm an operations manager for an electrical contracting business.
Are you actually an electrician?
I've grown up in the trade.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about your role in a certain fire company. Are you a member of volunteer fire company?
Yes, sir.
And where?
Colts Neck,
Okay, and approximately how long have you been a member of that fire company?
roughly 19 years.
Just going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit just so everyone can hear you. So you said about 19 years?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw you back to November 20th of 2018. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And what was your role in the fire company back then?
I was the chief of the department.
Okay. Now, specifically, I want to refer to the early afternoon of November 20th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember if you received a call regarding a fire in Colts Neck?
Yes, I did.
Do you know where you were at the time you received that call?
I was at work on a project in the Meadowlands.
In the Meadowlands up north?
Yes.
Now, as a result of that, did you do anything?
I got my stuff together and headed down to the fire.
Okay. So when you say the fire, do you recall the address?
15 Willowbrook.
Okay. Now, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the scene there?
It was between 1:45 and 2 o'clock.
Do you recall whether or not you went to the firehouse first or to the residence?
I went to the firehouse first to get my chief's vehicle, and then I headed to the fire.
Okay. And upon arrival at 15 Willowbrook, can you just tell us generally what you observed?
There was still heavy smoke and an active fire ongoing. There was a lot of agencies on scene, police, fire, EMS. Their fire operations was well underway at that time.
Okay. Now, just for purposes of some clarification, I just want to show you I want to show you some photos from S1E in 15 Willowbrook. Is it okay? Andy, Monica, is it okay if I publish some photos? Okay. Can we have the back table, please? Thank you. And again, this is S1E. I'm going to ask if you could put up slide 3, please. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes, that's the front of the residence of 15 Willowbrook.
Okay. Now, is that a fair depiction of what the scene looked like upon your arrival that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as like where the fire was worse, would it be in the front or the back of the house visually?
Visually, it would be towards the front left side, called the AB corner.
Okay, you say AB, so we talk about A being the front of the house, B being going around clockwise. So the B side would that be the east side of the residence?
Yes.
Could I have slide 12, please? You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that show?
That's also the front of the house in that AB corner with heavy fire blowing out of the windows.
Can I just have slide 11, please, as well? Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, that's the east side, the B side of the residence, and also showing part of the back that heavy fire shows.
Okay. The area just, there's a firefighter in that photo, correct?
Yes.
And is that you or someone else?
That's one of our guys.
Okay. But it's not you?
No.
Now, just underneath where the water's being shot, is that the entrance to the basement?
Yes.
Now, your guys, as you said, members of the Colts Neck Fire Department, do you recall approximately how many of your guys were there that day?
On the initial, we had 7 guys from our department there.
Were there more that came later?
Yes.
Now, during the course of operations like this, do people need to get breaks and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as upon your arrival, were you briefed by anyone at the scene, like a commander or anything like that?
Yes. The ex-chief at the time, Mike Burke, he had the scene. He was the incident commander with the help of one of the Naval Weapons Station Earl Chiefs. When I got there, I had a briefing with him, did a 360 on the house, and we went from there.
Okay. Now, where, if you know, were the guys from your department upon your arrival?
The guys from my department were in this side of the house, on the east side and as well as the front side of the residence.
Could I just also have slide 9, please? S1E. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, it's the rear of the residence.
Okay, does that accurately depict observations that you made upon arrival that day?
Yes.
Okay. So you said your guys are in the basement. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Now, I just want to ask you, what was your role once you got there as the fire chief?
Managing fire suppression.
Okay, and how do you manage fire suppression? Can you tell us about that?
Incident command. There was multiple chiefs and multiple other township agencies that were there assisting in fire suppression. So staffing, resources, staging.
Things like deciding like who needs a break and how do we get more guys to replace them and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, at some point that day, you're ultimately going to leave the scene, correct? Is that
You have to say yes or no.
We're just recording, just need to be clear. So at some point you did, based upon the status of the fire?
Yes. Later on that evening, I left for some time.
Was that because the fire was, under control or out or something else?
Fire was out. Overhaul was complete. We remained on scene to monitor any hot spots or any flare-ups for that location. So we left the crew on scene overnight.
Okay. When you first arrived that day, as the fire chief, and this is your town, obviously, correct?
Correct.
Do you ask about utilities when you get there?
Yes.
And when we talk about utilities, what are you asking about?
To know the status of the gas and electric into the residence, mainly to make sure that with guys operating on the interior that there aren't any other potential issues with them operating inside with electrocution or additional flame.
Okay, without telling us specifically what people told you, did you learn whether or not the gas had been shut off?
At that time, I was not. I don't recall getting brought up to date on the gas.
Okay, what about the electric?
The electric, yes.
Did you specifically ask how the electric was turned off?
We were told when I was there, the Jersey Central representative came up to the command post and said that he disabled the electric at the street.
Now, had you been to fires and other situations where JCP&L or whoever turns the electric off at the street?
Yes.
So it's not the first time you've encountered that, correct?
Correct.
Is there another way to shut it off?
Yes, the meter on the side of the house can be removed, and that'll turn the power off into the house, and it'll just be live back to the street.
Okay. And again, I think you, upon arrival, learned that they did it the street way, right?
Correct.
And is it, in your experience, is there any reason to do it that way?
There's a few different reasons. If that area where the meter is located is compromised, or if it's easier for the utility just to pull up the cutouts at the street for access or whatever.
So, you indicated previously that at some point you leave 15 Willowbrook because the fire's out, but you're going to leave a crew overnight, correct?
Correct.
Now, before you left the scene, what, if anything, did you do?
Before we left the scene, myself and some of the other chiefs, along with the representative from the fire marshals, we did a 360 on the house. We just wanted to make sure that everything was safe for leaving the crew overnight. So we went for a walk.
Okay. What, if any, observations do you make when you go for the walk around the property?
At that time, we left the command post. We headed west towards the D side of the building. Our main objective was to make sure that utilities were disabled for safety precautions. At that time, we found the meter pen with the cover off and the meter on the ground. Also,
Bless you.
Also, we checked the generator. The home had a backup generator. We wanted to make sure that that generator was in the off position. When we inspected the generator had been disabled prior. And for precaution, we disabled the breaker that fed the house, just in case something did go wrong and the generator did start, it wouldn't feed power into the house. And we also disabled the disconnect that was the feed from the solar array that was on the west side of the residence.
Okay, so you mentioned the solar array on the west side of the residence, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned the electrical panel,
The meter pan, yes.
meter pan, and then you also mentioned the generator, correct?
Correct.
Now, starting with respect to that solar panel, and I think we've all kind of seen photos, can you tell us the condition you found it and what, if anything, you did to it, to be clear?
The solar panels were, the disconnect that fed back into the house was still in the closed position, so power could be fed that way. We opened that disconnect up to eliminate any sort of.
Okay, so you're trying to eliminate any ability of that solar panel to feed the house?
Correct.
Now, had that solar panel been feeding the house prior to going around and looking at it? Like,
Yes.
okay. Now, as far as storage goes, did you make any determinations regarding the solar panel and storage or anything like that?
Did not.
Okay. Now, respect to the meter, I wanted to just, if I could show you what S1E, I'm going to show you quickly slide 20. You recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Yes.
And what's that generally?
That is the east side or the D side of the residence behind the garage.
Okay. And then I'm just going to show you slide 22, the same. Recognize that?
Yes.
What do you see there?
That is the meter pan that feeds the house.
Okay. And was that the condition that you first saw it on November 20th, 2018?
Correct.
And then can I have slide 23, please? This is S1E still. And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Is that just a little closer up picture?
Yes.
And do you see anything on the ground there?
The cover to the meter pan.
And then also S1, I'm sorry.
And also the meter in the shrubs.
Okay. I'm going to show you slide 24 of S1E. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That is the meter to the house.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of anyone that had contact with that meter panel prior to your inspection of it?
We discussed it with the incident command team. Nobody was instructed to remove that meter or do anything with the power. Jersey Central was called to disconnect the power from the house. That's where we stopped.
Now, fair to say, as fire chief and as a firefighter, have you been to many fire scenes?
Yes.
And have you paid attention to electric at those fire scenes in the past?
Yes.
Now, is it normal to find the meter on the ground?
No.
Is it normal to encounter a meter that doesn't have that door on it?
No.
Would your firefighters ever, under your command, take the door off and leave it on the ground?
Just kidding. Speculative.
If you know.
They would ever judge. In this case, they didn't.
If you know, have you ever had a situation where someone took the actual door off the meter in one of your fire investigations?
Not in my 19 years of doing this.
Okay.
Now, I want to direct your attention, I think you went next to the generator, correct?
Correct.
And could I have slide 26, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Now, does that fairly accurately depict the generator that you located or made observations of at Keith Caneiro's house on November 20th?
Yes.
Now, those two front doors that we're looking at, what are we looking at there?
Those are the compartment doors to the engine for the generator.
I'm going to show you a few photos from S1C, 15 Willowbrook.
Mr. Decker, I'm going to cut you now, just for lunchtime, and then we'll start back up.
Okay.
I want to give the jurors enough time to go downstairs. So it's lunchtime. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back up at about 1:35 or so. Actually 1:40, because I need to talk to the attorneys about one thing. So you guys will be taken downstairs, and we'll have you back in your seats at 1:40. Thank you. Good? Who made it for everybody? You guys got to work on that. You never know. Somebody's going to do it one of these times. We'll get it. All right. We are going to continue with our witness. Sir, I'm going to remind you that you're still under oath. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, indictment 19-020283. Now the appearances of counsel for the afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right. And we're ready to go.
Need the back table again. We're on S1C for the record, Judge.
Okay.
Could I have slide 222? We'll ignore that for a minute. Now, Mr. Badaracco, I think you already indicated this is the generator at 15 Willowbrook Drive, correct?
Correct.
Now, could I have slide 223, please? You recognize what that shows?
Yes.
Is that one of the front two doors we saw?
Yes.
And what's in there?
The engine for the generator.
Could I have slide 224, please? What do you see there?
It's the control panel for the generator.
Does it look the same as it did when you looked at it on November 20th, 2018?
Yes.
Could I have slide 226? Recognize what that shows?
Yes.
What is that right there?
That's the compartment where the on-off and automatic switch are for the generator controls.
Okay. Can I have slide 227, please? You recognize that photo?
Yes.
What's it show?
It shows that the generator's been disabled. The light indicating on the right side bottom so that the generator is off.
Okay. If I may approach, Ron?
Ken?
Now, I believe you could kind of see there's a light on in that picture. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you just put a little square around that light? And what does that light indicate?
That the generator's been disabled?
It's been disabled?
Yes.
Okay. Was that light on when you first observed it?
Yes.
And is there any other switch that would have made that light come on?
This switch, there's a rocker switch up on next to the lights that'll have the generator either run or stop or run in automatic.
Can you point out that switch?
Swear?
Yes. Okay. Now that's toggled to run or something else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, that's the photograph or slide 227. Is that consistent with the way that you found the generator on November 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Can we preserve that, please?
Print that as 227.1.
Could I have slide 229, please? Do you reckon, can you hit undo on the bottom right corner, Sarah? That's okay. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What's in that photograph?
The compartment on the right is the breaker that will feed the house when the generator is in operation.
Okay. Now, on that, one of those doors, there appears to be a switch visible?
Yes.
What's that switch?
That switch is the breaker, and you can have that in the open position, which won't send power from the generator to the house, or the closed position, which will send power to the house.
Can I see slide 230, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the breaker,
And does it indicate that it's in the on or off position?
the off position.
And how is it when you found it?
It was in the on position.
Okay. Who put it in the off position? Why did you do that?
Because we were leaving a crew there overnight, and just to eliminate any potential risk of an event happening in the home, or if the generator did turn on for some reason, we disabled it so that there wouldn't be any power to the home.
Now, just to be clear, though, was it disabled prior to you shutting it off?
Yes.
Okay. So this was, is it fair to say this is just another step to make sure it's off?
Correct.
Now, was there a point in time when you were asked to come back to the scene at a later date?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet with any detectives?
Yes.
And during the course of your interaction with the detectives, did you explain any findings that you had made from November 20th, 2018 about the generator?
Correct.
Okay. And was there a point in time that they showed you a photograph?
Yes.
And do you recall what the purpose of that photograph was?
Yes.
And what was that?
To show what I initially found when we inspected the generator, if it was disabled or in the run position.
I may approach you.
Okay.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S405 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the picture that I was shown when I met with the detectives. It's my signature. There.
Okay. And you circled something on that photo, correct?
Yes.
And why'd you circle that?
That's the breaker that I disabled.
Okay. Thank you. Can you turn Can we go to the front defense table? Mr. Badarack, what's on the screen in front of you and on the big screen over here? Is that the photograph I just showed you, S405?
Yes.
And does that indicate that you circled something and signed and dated it?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Ross?
Mr. Badaracco, I'm just going to ask you about a couple things. The first thing I want to, just in reverse order, regarding when you arrived on scene, we just talked about the generator, right? And with the generator, tell me if I'm understanding correctly, the generator itself which we saw, it's the machine, the blue-green machine. It has 2 different mechanisms on the machine itself where you could turn it on or off, essentially.
Yes, basically, yes.
Okay. And those
Can you speak up? Thank you.
Those 2 mechanisms, one is called like an emergency stop or something. Did I get that right?
Yes,
And the other one is like the main breaker.
correct.
And just so we're clear, when the purpose of what you were explaining to the jury is simply to say, when you arrived, the emergency stop was off, correct?
Correct.
And you then later also disconnected the main breaker or turned off the generator via the main breaker.
Yes,
Okay, so it's like, I think as the prosecutor said, it's sort of just an extra step or an extra way to turn it off.
correct.
Okay, so it was turned off prior to you being there the first way, and then the second way you later turned off.
Yes,
Okay. With respect to the solar panels, those were normal upon arrival, and you guys disconnected them, or I'm going to use a colloquial term and just say you turned them off.
correct.
Okay. And with respect to the electrical meter, that was also something you testified to, and what we learned is that the electrical panel or meter was disconnected. The meter was disconnected from the panel. Did I say that right?
Yes,
And it was on the ground, right? And what you explained was that to your knowledge, your people did not do that,
correct.
and that you found it like that.
Correct.
Now, when I say your people, what fire department are you from again?
Colts Neck.
Colts Neck. But I think you also mentioned on direct that there were a variety of different fire departments there that day.
Correct.
I'm just going to run through some of them, and if you can tell me whether or not you agree they were there that day, just let me know. Do you recall Earl Fire Department
Yes,
and Colts Neck Fire Department?
yes,
Glendola Fire Company?
yes,
Howell Township Fire Department?
yes,
Marlboro Fire Company?
yes,
Millstone Fire District?
yes.
The Monmouth County Fire Marshal at some point?
Yep.
Seabright Fire Rescue?
I don't remember if they were there or not.
And Shrewsbury Fire Department?
I don't remember if they were there or not.
What about Southard Fire Department?
Yes,
And Tinton Falls Fire Company?
yes.
And lastly, Union Beach Fire Department.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay, so it sounds like you remember 9 of the 12 I just
Yes.
mentioned. Okay. Lastly, the only other thing I want to ask you about, sir, is we've heard a lot of testimony about A, B, C, D corners of houses, sides of houses, and northeast, west, south. Just so we can orient ourselves, I'm gonna these have been previously published. I'm gonna just put up on the screen here. It's D1-300. 301. I'm going to do D-301. And, sir, is this, do you recognize this as 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
You responded to that structure that day?
Yes.
And does that accurately depict the structure as you saw it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind just taking that same pen that you had and just marking the A, B, C, D sides? Okay. So if I'm understanding correctly, the front is the A, and then we go clockwise around the house.
Correct.
Okay. And now, if you don't mind, if you could also, if we could capture that.
This is 301.3, I believe.
And then, can you also designate northeast, southwest on that as well? Okay. And the west side of that house is going toward Route 34, Did we capture that?
301.4.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, so, any redirect?
No, Judge.
Sir, you can step down. State can call our next witness.
Did you want to take a short break? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you do me a favor? Can you just, 2 seconds in the room? I'll bring you right back out. If anybody has to use the bathroom, please feel free. Sergeant Mahoney, he can come and take a seat. You can put up what you need, and I apologize, I forgot that. I said we were going to take a break. Is everyone good before we get started?
Yes.
All right, let me just get my, I have it out here. Okay. If they're ready.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep weight off.
Appreciate it. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. State Clause Detective Sergeant Ryan Mahoney.
Sir, could you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, can you state your full name for the record once you're comfortable and spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's Ryan Mahoney, Mahony.
Thank you. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Mahoney, can you tell us where you work?
For the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office,
Now, approximately how long have you worked for the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
almost 10 years.
Okay. Now, can you tell us a little bit about when you became a police officer, how, and how you got to here?
Certainly. I began my law enforcement career in 2004. Started as an assistant prosecutor in Hudson County. In 2009, I switched to become a detective within the Hudson County Prosecutor's Office. In 2014, I spent 2 years at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office as a detective, and then I was hired by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office in 2016, again as a detective.
Now, once you were hired at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office as a detective, can you tell us what units you worked in and in which order?
Sure. I was initially assigned to the Professional Responsibility Unit, which is an internal affairs type unit. Subsequently transferred to the Major Crimes Unit, where I spent approximately 2 years, and then I was transferred back to Professional Responsibility, and again back to Major Crimes recently.
Now, I want to draw your attention to November 20th, 2018, approximately 12:55, 1 p.m. Do you recall that time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, were you made aware of your need to go and respond somewhere?
Yes.
And where was that?
I was contacted by my sergeant at the time, Richard Chapman, He advised me, he asked if I would make my way to 15 Willowbrook in Colts Neck. He reported to me that the house was engulfed in flames and there was an apparent homicide victim on the front lawn.
Okay. And did you in fact respond there?
I did.
And did you confirm some of the information you provided by Sergeant Chapman?
Yes.
I'm not going to get into too much of your on-scene observations. We've kind of heard some of that. But did you make observations of smoke and/or fire at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Did you make observations of a body that was located in front of the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, were you involved upon arrival in like a briefing with other officers?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What's the purpose of that?
Just generally to understand where we were at in the investigation, what was known and what was unknown.
Now, shortly thereafter, once you got some information about what was going on, were you provided with some direction or were you asked to do something specific?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sergeant Chapman asked if I would exit the property, attempt to find any witnesses that could be pertinent to this investigation, and/or any surveillance cameras that could assist us in determining what had transpired.
Okay, so did you ultimately exit the physical property of 15 Willowbrook?
I did.
And did you ultimately begin to see if there was anyone with information and/or any surveillance cameras in the area?
Yes, I did.
Now, there's a house across the street from 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Correct.
You recall the address?
44 Willowbrook.
Okay. And did you attempt to make contact there?
Yes, I did.
And why was that?
I attempted to see if there was any surveillance footage that may have captured 15 Willowbrook, which was across the street.
Okay. And did you ultimately make any observations of any cameras that were affixed to the house?
Yes, there was a camera that was shooting out over the garage that would have captured it across the street.
Okay. Now, did you... Now, so you said it would have captured across the street. Did it capture any portion of 15 Willowbrook, the actual structure?
Yes. Limited view, but yes.
And when you say there's a limited view, what do you mean by that? Why is there a limited view?
If you look across the street, the 15 Willowbrook is obstructed by hedges and bushes and numerous trees.
Could you see Willowbrook Road clearly, though?
Yes, you can see the road there.
Now, were you able to determine whether or not the camera that you located on the front of 44 Willowbrook, if it was running continuously or if it was motion activated?
They were motion activated cameras.
Now, did you make contact with the homeowner?
Yes.
Do you recall his or her name?
Mrs. Malabano, I believe it was.
Now, did you know her
Kathy
previously?
Malabano? No, I did not.
Now, did you request anything from her to discuss the camera?
Yes, I requested if we could view the cameras to see what they captured, what they depicted.
Okay. Now, was she amenable to that? Did she agree?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And based upon the fact that you identified a camera, you identified someone who was willing to let you look at it, what, if anything, did you do?
I viewed the camera briefly to see what it captured. Once I made the determination that it may have captured some relevant information, I contacted our electronic surveillance unit and requested that they come out and obtain the footage from the surveillance system directly.
Okay. And did ultimately any detectives from your office, the electronic surveillance unit, did they come?
Yes, Detective Valenti and Detective Siderakis.
And did they ultimately secure the footage?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, we'll get into a little bit in a little while, but did you ultimately review footage from 44 Willowbrook?
Yes, I did.
And based upon observations you made at the scene that day and later, were you able to determine the accuracy of the footage from 44 Willowbrook?
Yes, I was.
Was it accurate?
It was.
Now, I want to direct your attention, because I should say this first. On November 20th, 2018, you went to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with anyone outside the scene at different times during the day?
Yes.
People with information and the like?
Yes, there was a crowd that gathered out front due to the fire and the large amount of emergency personnel. I spoke to 4 or 5 individuals that were there.
And ultimately, you identified this surveillance footage on 44 Willowbrook?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you're going to leave for the night, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you continue efforts with respect to video surveillance identification on the next day, the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go?
We responded to, Sergeant Chapman and I responded to 85 Willowbrook.
Now, did you look at all the houses in that vicinity?
Either I did or a member of the investigative team did.
And 85 was the next house you went to because why?
Surveillance camera was observed outside of the residence, close to the road.
Did you make contact with anyone at 85 Willowbrook?
Yes.
And who was that?
The homeowner, one by the name of Debbie Mercantile.
Now, ultimately, were you able to, based upon the conversation with her, make arrangements to secure video from 85 Willowbrook?
Yes, she didn't know how to operate the camera, the surveillance system. She contacted her husband. He was spoken to. He agreed to let us duplicate whatever footage they had.
Okay, and did someone ultimately do that?
Yes, I believe Detective Valenti responded to that location after I had left and obtained the surveillance footage.
Now, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S262 for identification. Just going to show you S262 and ask if you recognize what that is.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
This is an aerial photograph from Google Maps that depicts a majority of, well, not a majority, but a portion of Willowbrook Road.
Okay. Now, based upon what you see on 262, are you able, I'm not going to ask you to do it, but are you able to identify 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
How about 44?
Yes.
And what about 85?
Yes.
Can I ask permission to put on the screen? S262?
No objection.
Go ahead.
Just have the rear computer. Thank you. Okay, do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
And is that what we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you talked about being able to identify 15 Willowbrook Drive. Can you put a 15 over the property of 15 Willowbrook, somewhere in the area? Okay. And how about 44 Willowbrook? Those fours?
I was trying to figure out what those words do.
How about 85? Okay. All right. Can we capture that, please?
262.1.
Thank you, Judge. Now, during the course of your investigation into this incident, is it fair to say that, you had been tasked with trying to assist with identifying video, but then also reviewing certain video that was obtained by others?
That's correct.
Now, we talked about video from 85 Willowbrook. We talked about video from 44 Willowbrook. Was there any other video that you identified and/or reviewed from any other towns or locations?
Yes.
Where was that from?
Ocean Township, specifically Tilton Drive.
Okay, what was the significance of Ocean Township in this investigation?
Prior to our response to 15 Willowbrook, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office had responded to Ocean Township, Tilton Drive specifically, earlier in that morning on the report of a fire. At some point it was discovered that the decedent on Willowbrook, Keith Caneiro, was the brother of the homeowner at 27 Tilton, Paul Caneiro. So at that point we were trying to see if in any way the two fires were connected.
Now, after a significant review of video footage, did you draft a report?
Yes.
And in that report, did you kind of come up with like a timeline, so to speak?
Yes.
In that report, did you document the first video that you documented was from where?
27 Tilton.
Okay. Now, 27 Tilton is whose home?
That's Paul Caneiro's home.
Now, was that 27 Tilton video, was that specifically part of your video review?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Now, did someone review that?
Yes.
And who was that?
Captain Weisbrot.
Now, what was Captain Weisbrot, or then detective, and now Captain Weisbrot's role in the investigation at 27 Tilton?
Captain Weisbrot was assigned as the lead detective at the Ocean Township scene.
I'm not going to ask you about that video because we'll ask him about it, but have you reviewed it?
Yes, I have.
And is it included as part of your timeline in your report for those purposes?
Yes.
Now, was there other video from Tilton Drive that you ultimately reviewed?
Yes.
And what was the time frame of the video obtained?
The early morning hours of November 20th, 2018.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to footage from a residence at 30 Tilton Drive. Did you review any footage from there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How many cameras were located there?
There was 2 cameras located at 30 Tilton.
Okay. Do you remember how they're labeled?
Yeah, camera 7 and camera 5.
Now, starting with camera 7, are you able to tell us the vantage point from that camera?
Yes. Camera 7 is situated on the house, pointed in easterly direction, down Tilton towards the direction of Paul Caneiro's residence, 27 Tilton.
So that camera, I think you said, is generally facing in an eastward direction?
Correct.
Maybe a little northeast?
Correct.
Now, I just want to show you what's been marked as S261 for identification.
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a Google Maps aerial photograph which depicts Tilton Drive.
Okay. Now, is there a specific residence that's also depicted on
Yes.
that document?
Sorry, there's a picture of the front of 30 Tilton as well.
Okay. Now, does this, based upon your involvement in this investigation, does this fairly and accurately capture Tilton Drive and some surrounding area?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Just going to ask to publish 261.
You can.
Now, Detective, is that what we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Detective, can you just do the undo
Sorry.
of your really good-looking 80, 45, and
Right
44,
there.
please?
Right.
Now, there's a marking that's on that map, correct?
Yes.
And what does that marking represent?
That's 30 Tilton.
Okay. Now, is that the house that we just described with 2 cameras,
Yes, it is.
number 5 and number 7?
Yes.
Now, are you able to identify where, if at all, 27 Tilton is on that map?
Yes, I can.
Can you write 27? Can you see the driveway for 27 Tilton on to the north of where you wrote that?
Yes.
Can you put a little X at the driveway? Okay, thank you. Now, we'll get there in a minute, but is there also a video that you reviewed from Tilton Drive, in the area of Tilton Drive during your review? Is there a second location? You have 30 Tilton?
Yes.
Is there another house with a camera?
Yes.
Do you remember the address?
308 Green Grove?
Okay, and can you see that house on the map?
Yes, I can.
Could you put a little square around it? And you said the address is what street?
308 Green Grove?
And is any portion of that home on Tilton Drive?
The driveway faces Tilton Drive. The front door is on Green Grove.
Could you just put like a Y at the front of the driveway? We could capture that. Thank you.
261.1.
Sergeant Mahoney, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S263 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is video DVD surveillance cameras that were placed into evidence that depicts 30 Tilton, 308 Green Grove. Maybe some others.
Okay. And have you reviewed all the footage from 30 Tilton and 308 Green Grove during the course of your review?
Yes.
Any furtherance of developing a timeline and identifying certain things?
Yes.
I want to go to the video that's contained on S263. A would be 30 Tilton camera 7. Now, Sergeant Mahoney, do you recognize what's on the screen right now?
Yes, this is 30 Tilton camera 7, channel 7, I believe.
Okay. And the video that's contained on this clip, have you reviewed it?
Yes.
You reviewed it multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I could, Judge, I would like to first play this clip fully through.
Hold on for 1 second, please. Hold on for 1 second, please. Is this 263 if we're looking at the exhibit list A?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Camera 7, 30 Tilton Drive.
Okay. Any objection, counsel?
To playing the video all the way through? No, Judge.
Okay.
I have no objections.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Can you play that, please? Now, I'm going to ask you to go to approximately 207. Actually, before we do that, can I just ask you a couple questions about what you see on that video in front of you?
Sure.
There's an area with a light there, correct?
Correct.
And what's around that light?
There's 3 pillars fixed to the home. Next to the pillars, there appears to be a large, it's a large bush. That light that you're seeing on the top left center of the screen is a floodlight, and you can see bushes in the foreground.
Now, based upon your review of this video, did you determine an approximate location of where 27 Tilton would be located in this video?
Yes.
Can you see the actual home?
No.
Okay. Now, could you explain where 27 Tilton would be in relation to what we see on the screen?
If you take a look at the aerial map in conjunction with this video, the driveway of 27 Tilton would be in between the floodlight that you're seeing, just to beneath it, and that bush would obscure a majority of the driveway, but there's an area in between where you can see, which would depict 27 Tilton.
And when you review this video, and/or when we just reviewed this video, did you see anything in that area?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you see?
There's a flickering of lights in that area that I just described.
Okay. Now, if I could go to 207-23 approximately. Slow it down 1 notch. And I'm just going to, once we run it now, if you could just explain what it is you see.
Yeah, in the area I just described, you're seeing a flicker of light several times.
Okay. pause it. What do we see now, Detective?
You see headlights.
You can keep going. And what is the direction of travel of that vehicle?
That is heading westbound on Tilton Drive in the direction of the cameras on 30 Tilton.
Okay.
Channel 7.
Did the vehicle just leave the footage?
Yes,
Is that approximately 207:44?
correct.
Now, that vehicle, is there an intersection that that vehicle would be approaching based upon your review of that camera right there?
Yeah, if we just go back to the aerial map that we saw, there's an intersection with Green Grove Road and Tilton Drive. There's a stop sign up ahead.
I'm going to ask to put up S263B. Now, I'm going to pause it. Can I ask you what the time is here?
2:07:31 a.m.
And just general layout of what this camera is showing. Can you explain that?
This is pointing in the opposite direction of Channel 7. This is Channel 5. It's facing westbound on Tilton towards Green Grove Road.
I want to play the entirety of this clip now at normal speed. Now, I'm going to ask you to run it again, and I may pause it at a certain time. Can you pause it, please? Did you see anything on the footage at that point in time?
Yes.
And what's that?
There's a pickup truck parked in the driveway, and there is a reflection of lights coming at the pickup truck.
Now, based upon your review of this video, the two cameras from 30 Tilton, is there a degree of overlap?
Yes, there is.
Okay. They just show the same thing from different angles?
Correct.
You continue to play. Can you pause it? Can you back it up? Just back it up a couple seconds. Can we back it up till the car's out of the frame? And then slow it down one notch. You can play. There you go. Okay, Detective, based upon your review and what's on the screen in front of you, did you make any observations of that vehicle?
Yes.
And what was that?
I noted the vehicle's taillights.
Can we please circle it on this, or put a square around the taillights? Can we preserve that, please?
263B.1.
Detective, you can undo that now. Now, I'm just going to ask you to continue to run it. Can you tell us what time the vehicle, or what, strike that. Can you pause it? Sorry. Now, right there, we're at 2:07:53 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And where is that vehicle right now based upon your review?
It's at the intersection of Tilton and Green Grove.
And is that about the time the clip ends?
Yes.
And what is the time again?
It's 2:07:53 a.m.
Now, given the degree of overlap, is it clear that that's the same vehicle that passes 30 Tilton through both cameras?
Yes, same vehicle on 7 and 5, yes.
Now, you talked about another home in that area with surveillance, correct?
Yes.
And that was what address again?
308 Green Grove Road.
How many cameras were located on 308 Green Grove?
There's 2 cameras.
And can you tell us what they each showed generally?
Yes, one of the cameras is located over the garage, shooting down the driveway, which captures the portion of Tilton and Green Grove, the intersection. The other camera is located on the front of the home, pointing in a northward direction down Green Grove Road.
Now, I want to first direct your attention to 308 Green Grove, camera 3. Can I have S263C? Now, just before we begin to run that, can you tell us what time is depicted at the beginning of that clip?
2:07:37 a.m.
Now, I'm going to run it through once if we can. That clip ended at approximately 2:08:01.
Right.
And now, that last clip from 30 Tilton, do you recall what time that ended?
2:07:53 a.m.
And that this begins at what time?
2:07:37 a.m.
So is there a degree of overlap between these two cameras?
Yes.
Okay. Based upon that, did you determine whether or not it was the same vehicle or a different vehicle?
Yes, based upon that, the vehicle passing 30 Tilton is the same vehicle that's captured at 308 Green Grove.
Now, I want to play that video again. I'm going to pause it at a certain point. Can you back up just a notch? Okay. Now, the video is paused at 2:07:50, correct?
Correct.
Now, as the video is paused here, what does the camera depict?
It captures a clear side profile of the entire vehicle.
And based upon the pausing, is it you can now see certain features of the vehicle? Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Now, just want to direct the mouse to a certain portion of this vehicle. Directing the mouse to the lower portion of that vehicle. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you see there?
There's a darker area that goes across most of the bottom of the vehicle, in the area of the front and rear driver's side doors of the vehicle.
Now, just if I was to take the mouse again quickly and direct the mouse to the top of the vehicle, can you explain anything that you saw there?
Yes, there's a certain curvature across the top of the vehicle from the front to the back.
Can you run that? Please. I'm just going to pause it right now. What do you see here?
The vehicle's taillights.
Can you put a little square around that? Now, to be clear, where is the vehicle located at 2:07:53?
It's at the stop sign at Tilton and Green Grove.
Now, you said 308 Green Grove. You can undo that, I think. Did we capture that? I'm sorry.
No, 263.1, 263C.1, please.
Thank you. Okay. I was going to ask you, you indicated there's another camera on 308 Green Grove?
Yes.
And that's camera what?
Channel 4, I believe.
Now, does that depict the part of Green Grove Road?
Yes.
Can I have S263D, please? Now, before we run it at all, can you tell us what time is depicted on that camera?
2:07:45 a.m.
Now, I'm going to play the video once through, okay? I would just like to slow it down one notch. And we could play it. I'm going to ask you to pause it at a certain point. Was it at 02:07:50, please? Just to be clear, we're paused at 02:07:52. Where's the vehicle?
The vehicle's approaching the stop sign at Tilton and Green Grove.
Okay. I'm going to keep running. I'm going to pause at approximately 02:07:54. What do you see there, Detective?
I see the vehicle's taillights turning onto Green Grove Road.
Could you put a square around that, please, the taillights? Reserve that, please.
263D.1.
Now, Detective, based upon your review of the two cameras from 30 Tilden and the two cameras from 308 Green Grove, was there a degree of time overlap?
Yes.
And based upon that, were you able to determine anything?
Yes, it's the same vehicle.
So that vehicle that we see at 2:07:55 a.m. on camera 4 of 308 Green Grove Road, what direction is it about to head?
I believe it's northbound on Green Grove.
You can undo that. You can do that.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Now, from a timeline perspective, did you then take a look at any cameras back in a different town?
Yes.
Where was that?
Back at Willowbrook.
Now, if I could I have S263E? Now, just before we play this, can you indicate what we see on the screen?
This is the surveillance camera from 85 Willowbrook.
Now, this is video that you mentioned reviewing, at least briefly, on the 20th, November 20th, 2018?
21st, I believe.
21st, sorry.
Yes.
It was secured by another detective?
Yes, Detective Scott Moore.
Did you watch this and other video many times during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you tell us what time is depicted on the screen right now?
Yes, it's November 20th, 2018 at 2:23:51 a.m.
Okay. Going to first play this in its entirety. As far as the positioning of this camera, I think you talked about it earlier, but can you tell us where this camera is actually positioned?
Okay, this camera's on a gate attached to the driveway. That's about roughly 15 yards of driveway. Then there's a gate, and then be a longer driveway beyond the gate. This camera is on the west side of the driveway, trained out on the road in a slightly, on the east side, faced in a slightly western view.
And was there a vehicle that we just watched on the footage?
Yes.
What direction is that vehicle traveling?
It is heading westbound.
Now, can we just slow down one notch and then play it? I'm going to ask you to pause it at 2:23:57. Again, just to be clear, the direction of travel there?
It's westbound towards, which would be Route 34.
Now, can we go back just a couple seconds? I'm going to ask you to pause it at 2:23:58. Do you make any observations there, Detective?
Yes,
And what was that?
I can see the vehicle's taillights.
Can you put a square around that? You can let that play through.
And we mark that as 263E.1. We undo the box, please.
Yes.
Now, can I just strike that? You talked about 44 Willowbrook Road previously, correct?
Yes.
Now, the vehicle, as we just discussed, is heading westbound. Is that generally in the direction of 44 Willowbrook?
Yes.
Now, you obtained footage from 44 Willowbrook?
Yes.
Now, if I could just first, can I have S263F on the screen, please? Now, just to be clear, what do we see here?
This is video surveillance, a still image from 44 Willowbrook, dated 11/20/2018, 12:32:12.
Okay. And again, did you determine that that time was accurate?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict, the viewpoint from 44 Willowbrook looking out towards the street and towards 15 Willowbrook?
Yes, it does.
Could I have 263G, please? Now, before we play it, what do you see on the screen right now?
This is a nighttime view of that same camera that we just observed during daylight hours. This camera, this view is timestamped 11/20/2018 at 2:27:35.
Is that AM?
Yes, AM.
Could we just play it through once, please? Could we just slow it down one notch? I'm going to ask you to pause at 2:27:41 approximately. Detective, what do we see now?
The vehicle has entered the screen.
Okay. You could keep going, please. I should pause at approximately 47 seconds. Do you see anything in that video?
Yes.
What do you see?
The vehicle's taillights.
Okay. Can you put a square around that? Can we capture it, please?
263G.1.
Now, Detective, before we go any further, I just want to ask you a couple questions, because I want to discuss the accuracy of the times from the footage at 44 Willowbrook in comparison to 85 Willowbrook, okay?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us approximately how far 85 Willowbrook and 44 Willowbrook are apart?
About a half a mile, approximately.
Now, did you, I think you've already said it, but did you review videos from these locations before and after the relevant times that we've discussed thus far?
Yes.
Now, with respect to other vehicles in those timeframes, let's say 10 minutes before, 10 minutes after, did you identify any other vehicles in those timeframes
No.
on either camera?
No.
Now, you said previously that vehicle passed 85 Willowbrook at approximately 2:23:57,
Correct.
and another vehicle then passes 44 Willowbrook at 2:27:41. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's based upon what we just saw here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the difference between the times that you calculated is what,
3
approximately?
minutes and approximately 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Now, if you know, what's the approximate drive time?
Approximate 40 to 45 seconds, depending on the speed of travel, but 40 miles an hour would be approximately 40 seconds or so.
So again, when we just watched footage from 85 Willowbrook, it was approximately 2:23 and change, correct?
Correct.
But now we're down the street at 2:27, right?
Correct.
Now, based upon the drive time and the distance, were you able to confirm the discrepancy of one of those cameras?
Yes.
Which one is that?
It would have been 85 Willowbrook, would have been 3 minutes slow.
Okay, so 85 Willowbrook, the one we watched just previously,
Correct.
is 3 minutes slow.
Slow.
So 2:26 would be what time?
I'm sorry, 220.
If 85 Willowbrook said 2:23, what would the time be?
It would be 2:26:57.
Now, having just watched this video from 44 Willowbrook, did you identify another clip from this camera that happened about an hour and 20 minutes later? And have you reviewed that video
Yes.
once or more than once?
Many times during the course of this investigation.
Could I have S263H, please? Could you undo that, Detective, before we... Can I play it through once, please? Just going back to the beginning, what time is depicted on that camera?
It's November 20th, 2018 at 3:48:03 a.m.
Can you slow it down one notch? I'm going to ask you to play it. Pause at approximately 3:48:18. Come back with just a couple notches. Do you see anything on that video, Detective?
Yes.
What do you see?
Vehicles taillights.
Could you possibly put a box around them again? Could we also preserve that?
263H.1.
Now, if we could just run that through, I'm going to ask you what time the video clip ends.
We stopped at 3:48:82 a.m.
Can you undo that? Now, can I have 263I, please? We just come back, pause it. Now, just to be clear, Detective, what are we looking at here?
This is 85 Willowbrook that we just viewed previously at a different time. The time depicted now is 3:45:46 a.m.
Okay, now based upon what we discussed a few moments ago regarding the time, can you tell us approximately, based upon your investigation and observations, what time would be correct on the screen right now?
If you would advance it 3 minutes, it would be 3:48:46.
Now, can we play that through once, please? Can we slow that down one notch? I'm going to play it again. Bring it back a couple notches. Try it again. I'm gonna pull. It's okay. Now, Detective, what's the direction of travel of that vehicle at this time?
It's traveling eastbound on Willowbrook.
Okay. You can finish that. And just to be clear, regarding the video that you just testified to on Willowbrook, you note that a vehicle passes 85 Willowbrook, approximately 2:27:57, and arrives at 44 Willowbrook at approximately 2:27:41. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then that vehicle later, or a vehicle later, leaves or passes through 44 Willowbrook at 3:48:16. Correct?
Correct.
And arrives at 85 Willowbrook at about 3:45:56.
3:48:56.
3:48:56, sorry. Now, I want to take you back to Ocean Township, okay?
Yeah.
Can I have 263J? Detective, can you just acquaint us with what we're looking at here again?
This is 308 Green Grove Road. Once again, this is the, I believe it was Channel 4, which is looking out facing northbound down Green Grove Road.
Okay. Can we play that once through? Clip ends at about 4:08:29. Does that sound right?
Sorry?
The clip ends at about 4:08:29. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. Now, just play it through once again. I may pause it once or twice quickly. Keep it running. But what do we see here, Detective?
See a vehicle approaching, driving down Green Grove Road southbound, approaching the intersection at Tilton Drive.
And what does the vehicle do?
The vehicle makes a left-hand turn onto Tilton Drive.
Now, again, I think you said earlier there's another camera at 308 Green Grove, correct?
Correct.
Can I have S263K, please? Yeah, I'm going to play that through once, okay? Now, can we just slow that down one notch? We're going to play that again. As we're watching it, we see a vehicle on Green Grove,
Yes.
and the vehicle goes where?
It's approaching Tilton Drive and makes a left-hand turn onto Tilton Drive.
Was it 28, please, approximately? Now, I'm paused at 4:08:28 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you able to describe the color of the vehicle?
It's a light-colored vehicle.
Okay. And as far as the color in the vehicle, is there any differences?
Yes. The majority of the vehicle is light-colored, but along the bottom, again, the two passenger side doors this time, there's an area of dark coloring from the rear passenger door up through the front passenger door.
Okay. And did you make any observations of the shape or anything of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what's that?
There's a curvature from the front to the back.
Okay. Now, that dark area along the bottom of the front and rear passenger side door,
Yes.
was that a distinguishing feature that you discussed earlier along that same area of the vehicle at approximately 2:07:50?
Yes.
And the curvature, was that similar?
Yes.
Can you go back just a couple seconds? I'm going to pause. Okay, we're starting at 4:08:27. Pause at 4:08:29, please. What do you see, Detective?
Taillights of the vehicle.
Can you put a square on that?
$263K.1.
Thank you, Judge. Do we present that? Just going to show you what's been marked as S-264. Do you recognize that? Put this on.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
This is two separate photographs. The top photograph is time-stamped November 20th, 2018, 2:07:50 a.m. That's the still photograph we observed earlier during my testimony regarding a vehicle heading westbound on Tilton Drive.
Okay. No, I was going to say, what's depicted in the bottom of the photograph?
The bottom is a photograph taken in our storage yard of a Porsche Macan that belongs to Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, this is a two-page
Excuse me
document?
for a second. We're just going to have to take a technical break right now. We're having an issue with our printer. Let's do our mid-afternoon break right now, if you don't mind, everybody. We'll be in for 15 minutes. You can do that a little slower, don't you think? Just give us a little help. Just kidding. Yeah. Last leg for the day. Everybody take a seat. So just so that you're aware, we had an issue with the printer. So what we're going to do now is we may, if I say point 1, point 2 to next to an exhibit, we're going to print it. You're just not going to print it here. We're going to print it in my chambers, and then we'll bring it back out. We'll have it marked for you later if it gets moved into evidence. But we just didn't want to slow down the process with putting in a new printer right now. Okay. That being said, prosecutor, when you're ready. And we've saved the last 4 that did have some issues, and they're going to be printed, and we'll make sure all counsel see it. If there's any issues, you guys can let me know.
Sure. I'm sorry if I broke the printer.
No, you're good.
Now, Detective, we were just talking about S-264, and you discussed page 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to the second page of that document. Can you tell us what's depicted on there?
Yes, two separate photographs, top and bottom. The top picture is dated, stamped November 20, 2018, 4:08:28 a.m. It's a still photograph from the surveillance footage that we just viewed. The bottom photograph is a picture of a Porsche Macan that was taken from Paul Caneiro's home, 27 Tilton Drive. It's stored in our facility in the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Just going to ask if I could go to S1A, slide 173, please. Do you recognize that, Sergeant Mahoney?
Yes.
Okay, is that consistent with the photograph that we just discussed up there in S264?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and again, just the jury now seeing it, can you just explain what's depicted on that?
Yes, it's a top photograph, which is a still photograph taken from the surveillance footage that we just viewed, dated 11/20/2018 at 2:07:50 a.m., which depicts the vehicle that we discussed earlier. The bottom photograph is a photograph of a Porsche Macan, a white Porsche Macan that belongs to Paul Caneiro that was taken from his home, 27 Tilton, and it's stored in our storage facility at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, so the bottom photo is taken in a facility belonging to the County of Monmouth?
Correct.
Can I have slide 174, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that again?
So the top photograph is a still photograph from the surveillance footage that we just viewed. It's stamped 11/20/2018 at 4:08:28 a.m. And the bottom photograph is depicts the passenger side of the same Porsche Macan that was taken from 27 Tilton Drive, which belonged to Paul Caneiro.
I just briefly have S1A, slide 19, please. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
What's that show?
That shows it's a photograph of the rear of the white Porsche Macan that was parked at 27 Tilton on the day of November 20th, 2018, when the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office was on scene.
Now, lastly, we were talking about cameras at 308 Green Grove, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to next go to $263L. If I could. Can you just, what time is depicted on that camera right now?
It's November 20th, 2018 at 4:08:13 a.m.
Now, can we just play that one through, please? Can we just play that through, and then I'm just going to ask you to pause it at 408:28? Detective, could you just for the record, can you indicate the time?
It's 4:08:28 a.m.
I just want to show you again what's been marked as S264 identification. We just talked about this document, correct?
Yes.
And this is the second page of S264?
Yes.
And the time on the top of that picture is what?
4:08:28.
Is that the same time here?
Correct.
Okay. And this vehicle right here in S264, where is this car?
It's in front of 308 Green Grove's driveway on Tilton Drive.
Okay, it is heading towards what house?
27 Tilton Drive, or 30 Tilton first.
Now 30 Tilton's on the screen right now?
Correct.
Okay, so 408:28 on S263L, does that appear to be the same vehicle?
Yes.
We could It ended about 4:08:34, is that accurate?
Yes.
Go to 263M, please. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen right now?
Yes, this is 30 Tilton Drive surveillance camera, channel number 7. The date and time on this one is 11/20/2018 at 4:08:30 a.m.
Can we just play that first through? Slow that down one notch. We're going to play it again. Pause it at 40. What do you see there, Detective?
I see rear tail lights of a vehicle. It appears the brake lights are activated.
Let's go back a little bit to like 36. I'm paused at 4:37. Sorry.
Yes.
What do you see there?
Tail lights of a vehicle.
Can you just put a box around it, please? Okay. Can you capture that?
263M.1.
Just want to make sure we capture it before we undo it. Are we okay?
It's printed in the chambers.
Now, I'm just going to keep playing. I'm going to ask you to tell me to pause it if you see anything of significance based upon your review.
Pause it.
Now, if we just go back like a second before we play it, can you just tell me why you said to pause it there?
There's a flicker of light that can be seen at around the 4:08:57 mark.
Okay. Can we play that again? Can we just go back just to be clear? Just going to pause it at 4:08:54. I'm going to play it again once we come over. You said it earlier, but based upon your testimony earlier and your review of this video, the area where we saw the flickering of lights is consistent with what?
It's consistent with the video that we watched earlier at the 2:08 hour that showed a flickering of light.
Thank you. Now, purposes of your investigation, was there a point in time when you attempted to estimate the drive time between 27 Tilden and Willowbrook Drive in Colts Neck?
Yes.
And how'd you do that?
First, I put directions into Google Maps to see what the approximate drive time would be.
Okay, and what was the approximate drive time?
There's several different routes you could take, but Google Maps indicated anywhere between 18 to 23 minutes drive time.
Okay, and did you drive it yourself?
I did.
Where did you start and where did you finish?
I started at 15 Willowbrook and I finished at 27 Tilden.
And approximately, how much time did it take?
Approximately 19 minutes. Excuse me.
Did you document that?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross?
Good afternoon.
Counselor, good afternoon.
So let's just start here. Obviously, we watched several different surveillance videos from different addresses this afternoon, right?
Yes.
One thing that we didn't, and we saw a vehicle or vehicles in each of those videos, right?
Yes.
One thing we didn't see in any of those videos was who was driving the vehicle that we were looking at, right?
That's correct.
Because we were not able to see inside the vehicle, correct?
Yeah.
So we don't know who was driving the vehicle. We don't know how many people were in the vehicle. We don't know if there were passengers in the vehicle.
Can't see inside the vehicle.
We have cameras from the area of Tilton Drive in Ocean Township, right?
Yes.
We have cameras from the area of Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck, right?
Yes.
Those two locations, those two roads, are roughly 20 minutes apart from one another by car.
Correct.
We did not see any surveillance video today anywhere in that journey between those two roads, did we? We also know that you did a drive from Willowbrook to Tilton Drive, right? You took Willowbrook to Longbridge Road to do that drive, right?
Right.
And then you went to Laird Road,
Correct.
and then you continued to drive down. And along those roads, you, I'm sure, noticed certain things about the geography of the area, right?
Correct.
In Colts Neck, for example, I'm sure you noticed on Longbridge Road that it's a very rural, kind of bucolic location, right?
The homes are spaced out. Yes.
The homes are spaced out. It's a country kind of farm town. Fair to say?
Correct.
And as you get closer to ocean, you're going to see that the houses are closer together, right? There's more of them.
Yes.
There are more businesses along the road. There are establishments, there's like an indoor tennis center along the way, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Along that route that you traveled, did you, did we see any surveillance cameras from that travel route today?
When I made that travel, I wasn't looking for surveillance cameras. I was just approximating a time.
You were just approximating the time? Yes. Okay. So then, you didn't document during that trip, for example, what cameras might have been located at residences or businesses along the way?
No. Okay.
Because at that point in time, you're not curious to get that information.
This was much after the fact. The drive time was conducted. No, that wasn't the point of my travel.
When when you say this was much after the fact, you're saying that you did this drive to get the distance, not back in 2018. You did this drive years later.
Correct. 2018, I did a search on Google to see what the approximate drive time was, knowing there was numerous routes, and I don't know the approximate route of travel. It would have been impossible for me to recreate the exact route of travel.
But let's take this a step back, though. When we're talking about surveillance along that route, right? We didn't see any surveillance of that travel route today, right?
I'm just not sure I follow. When I took that trip, was I looking for surveillance cameras?
Well, did you, I understand you did the trip years later. I'm saying back in 2018, did you obtain surveillance from that travel route, anywhere along that travel?
I didn't conduct that travel route in 2018, so I wouldn't have been
No.
obtaining surveillance.
Okay, I'm just gonna, but, you know, just as a yes or no, did you obtain surveillance from anywhere along Longbridge Road?
The only surveillance I obtained was part of was Willowbrook Drive.
Okay. So, the surveillance you obtained was from Willowbrook Drive and only Willowbrook Drive?
Me personally, yes.
Gotcha. And then the surveillance that you reviewed here today was from Tilton and Willowbrook, right?
Correct.
Okay. The two houses that we saw surveillance from as far as Willowbrook are 44 and 85.
Yes.
Right? And directionally, they're both on the same side. Well, I shouldn't say that. I should say this. 44 Willowbrook, just to refresh, is the location across the street from 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
And then further down the road is 85.
Yes.
You would have to go, if you were coming from 44 Willowbrook, you would have to pass 85 to get to Longbridge Road, right?
Yes.
There are other ways to get to Willowbrook, as you mentioned before, right?
Yes.
One of them would be Route 34.
Correct.
If a person took Route 34 to go onto Willowbrook Road, they would not need to pass 85 before they got to 44, right? Because they'd be coming from the opposite direction.
Yes.
We didn't see any surveillance today from the Route 34 side of Willowbrook Road, right?
I don't believe there is any, but yes. No, you didn't.
Okay. Your report indicates that you went to, other than 15 Willowbrook, you went to 3 locations in Colts Neck, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. So my understanding from your report is that you went to 85 Willowbrook, 44 Willowbrook, and then 51 River's Edge Drive. All right? But I can show you, Judge, I'm going to approach.
Sure.
I'm going to show you this. This is S258. Just tell me if this is your report from 2018.
Yes, it is.
Okay. You recognize it?
Yes.
You've obviously seen it before today.
Yes, I have.
You reviewed it in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. If you go through that, would you tell me if, other than 15 Willowbrook, the 3 locations are 85 Willowbrook, 44 Willowbrook, and then the 51 River's Edge?
Yes. Yes, I did go to 51 River's Edge. I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are the, as far as Colts Neck is concerned, those are the 3 locations that are mentioned in your report.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You went to River's Edge, as far as I understand, not to get surveillance, but to speak with a person who is a potential witness in the case.
Correct.
And that person was Dennis Corporo.
Correct.
And that person you were speaking to, because he had called 911 on the previous night.
Yes.
And you wanted to talk to him about the substance of that call, right?
Yes.
Specifically because it was a shots fired call.
Yes.
Now, you know that you do say in your report, you know that, of course, when a person calls 911, the call is recorded, right?
Are you asking me if yes, 911 calls are recorded, yes.
Right. And not only is the content of the call recorded, but of course, the time and date of the call are recorded as well, right? And that can get put into a 911 log. It can also get put into something like a CAD report, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, in that CAD report also would be the time and date of the call, but also a report about when the event that the person's calling about occurred, right?
Do you be able to whatever the 911 operator puts into the system?
Did you look at the CAD for Mr. Corporo's call?
I don't recall if I did or not. I may have 7 years ago. I don't recall.
Okay. So just showing you what was previously marked as 109. D109? Sorry. Okay. Is that something you recognize?
No, I don't recognize it. I've seen CAD calls before, but I don't recognize that specific.
You don't recognize this specific
No,
one?
I don't recall looking at that document in the past.
Understood. Do you recognize that it is a CAD for a shots fired call?
It appears to be, yes.
And do you recognize that it's a CAD for a shots fired call in Colts Neck?
Yes.
From the relevant date?
I didn't look that closely, if you want to.
Well, okay. Sure.
Yes.
November 20th, 2018, right?
Yes.
Okay. From what would appear to be, based on your testimony today, a potentially relevant time period.
Yes.
Okay. So what this CAD's going to show is that the occurrence of the event about which the caller was calling transpires at roughly 3:31 and 33 seconds a.m. on November 20th of 2018.
That's what the document shows, yes.
Okay. You have no reason to dispute the accuracy of the document, right?
As it's inputted, no, I have no
Okay.
reason to dispute that.
One of the things that we're doing, and as far as I understand with your testimony, not just about the drive time, but about the times on the surveillance camera, is we are establishing potentially a timeline for events that occurred that evening.
Correct.
And the timeline is important for investigative reasons, right?
Of course.
We know that you had some testimony about a time discrepancy between 85 Willowbrook and 44, right? The prosecutor talked to you about that as a situation where the car passes 85 first before it passes 44, right?
Yes.
But really, I think the better way to explain it would be when it passes 44 before it passes 85, you can better see that time discrepancy, right?
Correct.
Because it goes past 44 before it goes past 85, right?
Yes.
In reality,
Yes.
right? But the times no longer matched up when you reviewed both of those videos, right?
I'm not sure I'm following. When I reviewed the videos, the times didn't match up in what regard? With the 3-minute discrepancy?
Yes.
When I initially...
You noticed this because in reviewing the videos, you determined that there was a 3-minute discrepancy.
Well, it would have to travel back in time at 3:48, and then it passes another location at 3:45. So,
right.
Yes, there's a discrepancy.
Right. So when you saw it, you noticed it at the later portion of those videos, at the 3:48.
No, I noticed in the front portion too, because it doesn't take 3 minutes and 44 seconds for that short of a drive.
You say that, but that's based on a drive you did, where you drove continuously without stopping from 85 to 44.
No, it's a half-mile distance. It's assuming a car is traveling at 30 to 35 miles an hour, how long it would take, and it's roughly 40 seconds. That's what the assumption is.
But you don't know if the car did stop. And if the car did stop, we don't know how long it stopped for, right?
Well, there was no other vehicles on the road. There were motion-activated cameras. No other vehicles set it off. The camera from 85 was continuously recording, and no other vehicles were observed on the road.
So the question is a little bit different than that, though. It's if the vehicle we're talking about stopped in between 85 and 44, we wouldn't know, right?
If it stopped?
If the vehicle stopped. If the vehicle came to a stop.
No.
If the vehicle came to a stop and, I don't know, let somebody out of it, we wouldn't know, right? Because it wouldn't have been caught on camera.
No.
And the time discrepancy is obviously relevant to our timeline, but what I'm hearing you say today is you realized the discrepancy when you reviewed the 85 Willowbrook video in conjunction with the 44 Willowbrook video, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to 85 Willowbrook, is it your testimony today that while you were there, you didn't review the surveillance video? Or you did?
I didn't know. My recollection when I was at 85 Willowbrook is the woman I spoke to, Debbie Mercantali, did not know how to operate the system. I believe she showed me a live shot of what it captured, but did not know how to operate the system. She called her husband. I believe Sergeant Chapman spoke with her husband. He agreed to come home to assist in the duplication of the video, at which time we called the electronic surveillance unit to come and obtain that video. I believe I left the scene prior to the SU coming. That's my recollection.
Gotcha. So you're on scene that day at 85 Willowbrook, you talk to the homeowner, but you leave before you're able to see the video played that day.
Yes, the rewound, yes. Yeah.
So as of that date, it's not, as of the day you were at 85 Willowbrook, it's not as if you could have recognized the time discrepancy at that point in time.
I believe I could have, may have looked at my watch, I believe a phone, because I don't wear watches, and may have made a note of it. I have a vague recollection, again, this is a long time ago, of making a note that there was a time difference. It wasn't until I sat down with the videos and I was able to corroborate the discrepancy based upon the travel of vehicles. And there's other vehicles that are traveling on that road which would be consistent with the same time difference. A truck passes by and it takes approximately 2 minutes and 12 minutes to get to 85, the same as the vehicle that we observe at 345.
Gotcha. None of that's in your report, right?
No.
Okay. Why don't we talk about the location in terms of some photos, okay?
Sure.
This is previously published as D1-317, and I'm going to put it on the screen and see if you recognize it. Okay. So moving this up slightly here. All right. You see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
It appears to be an undated aerial photograph of 15 Willowbrook.
Okay. And we see in the center of the photo, is that the structure that you recognize as 15 Willowbrook?
Yes.
And do you see the solar panels to the left of that structure?
I do.
And you know that at the 15 Willowbrook location, there were a set of solar panels?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we do not see, correct me if I'm wrong, but we do not see 44 Willowbrook pictured in this photo, right?
No, we do not.
Do you see Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Okay. Is it going across the photo from left to right at the top of the screen?
Yes.
In the left, upper left-hand portion of the photo, do you see a place where what appears to maybe be a dirt road intersects with Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Could you circle that for me?
The entire road or the entrance? Or?
Just the entrance. Okay. And would it be correct to say that between that intersection that you circled and the driveway of 15 Willowbrook, that in between those 2 points on the other side of the street is where we would find 44 Willowbrook Road?
More towards the driveway of 15, but yes, in between those. That's accurate.
Is it your understanding that the surveillance video that we looked at from 44 Willowbrook Road, is it your understanding that that driveway that you circled is not visible in that footage?
The surveillance footage we viewed at 44?
Yes.
Can you see that driveway?
Yes.
No.
You cannot?
No.
Okay. In the surveillance footage from 44 Willowbrook, on the opposite side of the street, when the car that you talked about passes, when it first passes at 2:26, I think it was, in the morning, that vehicle is going from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen.
Yes.
Meaning that that vehicle is headed, is past the driveway of 15 Willowbrook and is headed towards that driveway that you circled.
Yes.
Okay. So the significance of that footage that we saw from 44 Willowbrook doesn't have anything to do with that vehicle potentially pulling into the driveway of 15, right?
I can't say it did or it didn't know.
You don't know.
No.
But you know that the vehicle passes 44 Willowbrook and is then in that video is headed towards that driveway that you circled, right? So beyond that driveway that you circled, just down the road is the intersection of Route 34, right?
Correct.
There's really not anything in terms of houses further down that road after that driveway, right? At the end of this driveway that you circled, we see what appears to be a structure.
At the end of, I'm sorry, leading up to this, you follow the one driveway?
Yes.
Yes.
At the time when you were conducting this canvass for surveillance videos back in 2018, did you go to that structure?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Was it occupied or unoccupied?
I don't know if there was when I was there, I don't remember if I met with the homeowner or not, or if somebody was there.
You don't know if you met with anybody or not?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. When you go to a location and you're trying to talk to somebody and nobody's home or nobody answers, what do you typically do? As an investigator, what do you typically do?
I'd leave a card or go back.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Did you leave a card?
No, I didn't, but I believe we had a canvas team that eventually did stop and speak with somebody at that home.
Okay. Now that fact is not in your report either, right?
I had nothing to do with it.
Well, nor is the fact that you went to that location.
Right. There's
Okay.
nobody there.
Sure, there could be people there or not, but I'm just saying in your report, you don't mention ever going to that location, right?
My report, no.
Okay. So after you went there and maybe left a card or not, we're not sure, it would have been up to somebody else other than yourself to try and go back to that location and make contact.
Well, there was a canvas team assembled. Their objective was to do just that.
Okay. Did you told us that it was not clear whether the house is occupied or not. I take that to mean that the canvas team didn't provide you with an update ultimately of whether they made contact with the person at that house or not.
I believe there was surveillance video pulled from that location.
Okay. Now, at the beginning of that driveway, if we look immediately to the right, on the photo, do you see another break in between the sets of trees?
To the right of the circle ledger?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you, at any point in time, respond to that location in between the break in the trees?
I mean, I can't say there was a break in the trees at the time. I don't know when this is dated, and I mean, 44 Willowbrook's not even built yet, so I can't say for certain that that was there. I don't recall any break in the trees.
Showing you a different photo. Oh, I apologize.
Can I see counsel just real quickly before you do anything with that photo? Just come on up for a second. Was that printed? Was that printed?
Yes.
Okay. So the print was D1-317. Is that point one? Or we're at, are we at point two on 317? Point one? Point two. Okay, that was point. I don't know if you heard us. The one that we printed was 317.2.
Okay. Thank you. So, Detective, I'm sorry. So, could we just the house at the end of the long driveway?
Yes.
Could we just put an X on that house?
15 Willowbrook, this one?
No, the house at the end of the
sorry.
long driveway the driveway you circled. Okay. Could we print this photo?
Sure, 317.3. Sergeant, can you just hit the undo?
Yes, Judge, sorry.
Now, this is D1-318. Just going to show you. Do you recognize this just as a? I know it's a little dark, but do you recognize it as a close-up of the area of that clearing and where that long driveway meets Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish this.
Prosecutor?
No problem.
Okay. Ken?
Okay. So, this is D1-318. In this photo, would you say we could see a little more clearly the area of where that long driveway meets Willowbrook Road?
Yeah, it's a closer photograph.
And it's also a close-up photo of what appears to be a clearing in between the trees along the property line of 15 Willowbrook.
Yes.
Okay. So that location that we're looking at now, that's the location that you're saying you're not sure if that existed back, when I say that clearing in the trees, you're not sure if that existed back in November of 2018?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you attempt to get onto the 15 Willowbrook property by going by any avenues other than the driveway?
No,
You did not.
I did not.
So you didn't, for example, walk down the street and try to get in through a clearing in the yard?
No.
And you didn't, for example, walk onto that driveway that's depicted in D1318 and try and walk through the tree line, right?
No.
Okay. This is D1-309, I believe, previously published.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize the area in this photo as well, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, it's another aerial photo of the 15 Willowbrook property, right?
Yes.
And in the upper right hand, I apologize, of this photo, we see that area of the space between the tree line we were just talking about, right?
I'm not sure I see it.
Okay. Well, do you see the driveway at 15 Willowbrook in this photo?
I believe it's beyond that row of trees at the top.
Okay. I'll take a step back. I'm sorry. Do you see the driveway of 15 Willowbrook in this photo?
Yes.
Could you, and do you see where the driveway intersects with Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Could you circle where the driveway of 15 Willowbrook intersects with the road? Now, when we see the vehicle that you testified about today passing 44 Willowbrook at 2:26 in the morning, what direction is that vehicle going in this photo?
It's going northbound.
Northbound.
Well, in the photograph, north and up.
Can you just put an N on the photo where it would north be, just to help everyone out, to orient them, please?
And when the photo, and where, based on going to 44 Willowbrook and seeing where the surveillance camera is, right? That captured this footage that we saw today. As the vehicle is passing that camera, do you have any idea of where it would be along Willowbrook Road?
I can approximate roughly where it would be. I believe the driveway is here. So when it goes out of view, I would say it's roughly, should I put an X?
Sure.
Roughly around here.
Okay. You put an X where the vehicle goes out of view on the 2:26 a.m. clip from 44 Willowbrook Road, right?
Yes.
So that means that that vehicle is traveling north in the photo, and at 2:26, it's past 15 Willowbrook Road, the driveway up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, obviously, it would appear that that vehicle did not stop at the driveway of 15 Willowbrook Road as it passed it at 2:26 a.m.
That's accurate.
And that would mean that if that vehicle is significant or meaningful for this case, it's not meaningful because it pulled into the driveway, right?
Did not know.
It's, if that vehicle has an involvement in this case, that vehicle must have pulled off or in somewhere other than the driveway of 15 Willowbrook Road, right?
Yes.
And we don't have footage of where that vehicle pulled over or pulled in, or even if it did, right?
No.
And we don't have video of anybody getting out of the car at that location, or video of how many people got out of the car, or even if anybody got out of the car, right?
No.
To go back to the issue about timelines. Your understanding of this case is that you get to this scene, 15 Willowbrook. Obviously, you're being told that this is more than just a house fire, right?
Yes.
And in fact, the person later determined to be Keith Caneiro is dead and is lying in the front lawn, right?
Yes.
He's the only victim in this case who was outside of the house, right?
Yes.
All the other victims in the case were inside the house.
Yes. I understand.
Your understanding is that Keith is outside the house because the power's out, right?
Yes.
And he's going to take a look to see what's going on with the power, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So, in terms of timelines, if one person committed these crimes, right? And that one person arrived in the vehicle that you've been testifying about today. They would have had that specified window, presumably that you've testified about, in order to do everything they needed to do to commit these crimes, right?
We're assuming that the vehicle that we talked about today is the vehicle that carried the occupant that carried out the murders?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the time frame. That's the window that they would have, yes.
Okay. Obviously, you don't know if that's the vehicle, but if it is, that would be the time frame, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if Keith was killed first before anybody else, right? Then the time frame for the commission of these homicides would be from when Keith was killed to when the last person was killed to when we again see the vehicle driving down the road, right?
Are you asking me to speculate on the order of people murdered?
I'm just saying if that was the order.
If you're telling me that Keith was first murdered and the children and Jennifer were after that, so the question is, from the first shots to when that vehicle left, that's the time frame. Yes, that's inaccurate.
Okay. So that would be from 3:33 a.m. until 3:48 a.m.
You're getting 333 from what?
The CAD that I showed you that you said you had no reason to dispute.
Yeah, but I don't know if that CAD's accurate to the shots that were fired. I can't testify to that.
Okay. But you did say you had no reason to dispute it, right?
The CAD is accurate as it was inputted. I don't know if that CAD is accurate as to when the caller heard shots, when that caller called. It's when 911 took the call and put that in the information in.
So 348 is when the vehicle that you testified about is seen driving the opposite way, right?
Yes.
Going back towards Long Bridge Road, right? That means that if that vehicle is the same vehicle from earlier, and if it pulled off and parked somewhere for this period of time, somebody would have had to have gotten back in the car, gotten back onto the drivable part of the road, and been driving by 3:48 a.m., right?
Yes.
Okay. And if that vehicle is actually a significant part of this investigation, then that aspect of the timeline, 3:48 a.m., is also pretty critically important, right?
Yes.
Now, just turning to Tilton Drive for a moment. Tilton Drive meets up with Green Grove, right?
Mr. Murray, I don't mean to slow you down. Can we print this now?
Oh, I apologize, Judge, yes.
All right. So this is 309.1, or do we have anything else written on this one? Yeah. 309.1. Mr. Murray, would you like the lights back on, or do you want to keep them off for now?
I like it in the dark, Judge, but I know that the court may not, so I'll leave it to you.
I think you're speculating on what I like and what I don't. I'm just kidding. We'll turn them on for now. I just want to see everyone's beautiful faces over my jury over here, so I want to keep an eye on you. Go ahead.
Thank you. There's two entrances onto Tilton Drive, right? Like there's two, you can get to Tilton Drive by taking one of two entrances.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Because Tilton Drive is basically a horseshoe.
Yes.
So the video that we saw today from Tilton Drive is video that is all from one side of that horseshoe, right? 308 Green Grove is at the corner, right? And 30 Tilton is next to it, right? But they're on the same end of Tilton Drive, right?
Yes.
We didn't see surveillance from the other entrance of Tilton Drive, right? And obviously, you collected the video surveillance from Willowbrook only, or from Colts Neck only, right?
Yes.
So I'm sure you would say, and it's fair to say, you weren't involved in the surveillance collection from Tilton Drive, right?
I was not.
Okay. Now, obviously, Colts Neck appears to be an affluent area, right?
It appears to be, yes.
And of course, McCann might not be that uncommon of a sight in a town like that, right?
I suppose.
Okay. Did you watch, how much of the surveillance video from 44 Willowbrook did you view as part of your investigation in this case?
Safe to say all of it.
Okay.
At some point or another.
undo on the screen for me? Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Decker. What I asked the prosecutor to just put on the screen for us is a still shot of the surveillance camera from 44 Willowbrook. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at 3:48. Now, there were other cars that passed by this address that evening, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the time frame?
There's one car that passes at 2:45-ish a.m. Then there's this 3:48 a.m. activation, and I don't believe the camera is activated again until the 5 a.m. hour.
Right. Now, when you say 2:45, do you think, tell me if I'm wrong, do you think it's more accurate, maybe 2:46 and 51 seconds?
That could be it. I believe it was a larger vehicle.
Okay. Obviously, that vehicle appeared to you, it looked different to you than the vehicle in the surveillance you testified about today, right?
Yes.
It appeared to have different taillights.
Yes.
You didn't think it was the same vehicle or had similar taillights, let's say, to the vehicle you observed on Hilton Drive, right? But the vehicle was on Willowbrook Road, right? And the vehicle was on Willowbrook Road at 2:46 in the morning, right? On November 20th of 2018, right?
Yes.
That vehicle appears to be coming from the area of where Route 34 meets Willowbrook Road, right?
Yes.
Did we ever find out anything additional about that vehicle?
No.
After that vehicle passes 44 Willowbrook, do we know where it goes?
It does pass 85 Willowbrook.
Do we know what happens after that?
No.
Am I correct that obviously this footage goes back further in time than just the early morning hours, right? There's footage on this camera from the evening of the 19th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you review that footage as part of your investigation?
Yes.
Did you see anything significant in any portion of your review of the footage from the evening of the 19th?
Prior to the midnight hour, anything significant?
Yes.
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to play a clip. It's also from the same surveillance camera.
44 Willowbrook?
It's from 44 Willowbrook.
Okay.
It's from earlier on the evening of the 19th.
Okay. Do we have that marked yet or not yet?
We do not have it marked, but I can mark it as D114.
D114?
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind, when you start it, just make sure we get the time.
And I'm also going to need the screen to go to table 2. Okay. Now, on screen, it looks to be the same angle of the surveillance camera, right?
Yes.
Okay, from 44 Willowbrook?
Yes.
You see the time is listed as 20:34 and 10 seconds?
Yes.
That would be 8:34.
I'm gonna have to trust you. I'm not good with military time.
Okay.
I believe you could say 8:34.
Okay. So, assuming I'm right that that's 8:34, this is from November 19th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm just going to play from the beginning of this clip. Okay, so that's to the end of the clip, which is a total of 17 seconds long. We saw a vehicle pass by that address in this clip. It looked to have a set of taillights on it.
Yes.
Those taillights appeared similar to you as the taillights that you've identified in other surveillance clips today?
Similar.
Okay. In terms of the pattern of where those lights are? Okay. And that there's 4 of them in the back, right?
Yes.
And how they're arranged?
Yes.
And it appears like, it seems like it's the same layout of taillights as other video that you've looked at today?
Similar to the video that we watched earlier, yes.
Okay. I'm going to unplug from this, dude. And tell me if I'm not understanding this, but basically, when you go out and canvass for surveillance footage, you obviously notate where you get the footage from, right?
The address, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the people you talk to, right?
Typically, yeah.
But am I understanding this that you don't notate the residence you go to where you're unable to get footage?
It would be, I guess, you're asking me if I do that?
Yeah.
Typically, if I was doing a canvas, if my assignment was to canvas, and yeah, I would document where I went.
Sure. Right?
Yeah.
Because you'd want to know, you'd want other people to know, like, hey, I went to this location already. There's no point in you going, right?
Right.
You don't want to duplicate efforts of law enforcement, right?
Right.
So it makes sense to put down where you get surveillance footage from, but it also makes sense to document every place you go to, regardless of the results, right?
Yes.
But in this report that we have from you here, right, there's only 3 addresses listed as far as places you went in Colts Neck.
Those are the only places I went to.
Okay. So that would, well, no.
There might be a 4th one where I spoke.
Because you said you went to the other place and left your card there.
No, I didn't.
Well,
You asked me what I would do typically.
yeah. But you said you went there.
I went to that location, yes.
Right. Okay. But you said you did. You just said you didn't go anywhere else, but you did go there, right?
I did, but a canvas team came and went after me.
Sure. But you went there, right?
I went there, yes.
Okay. And you didn't put that in your report.
There's nothing, there's no no point in putting in a report. I didn't make contact with anybody, and another investigative team went there and actually pulled camera.
Right, so, but you said that you would document these things, whether you got results from going to the location or not, right?
I went to the scene, that house, the day of, looking around. I guess when I first arrived on scene, I was up at that side of that area. I noticed the house there. I looked around for surveillance cameras. I didn't see anything at first hand. When I went back to 15 Willowbrook, I was given an assignment to go out, canvass for surveillance cameras, and I was advised that there would be a team assembled to go out and look for surveillance cameras. That's my understanding. And I later found out that that address was spoken to and surveillance video was obtained.
Okay. Now, but just so we're on the same page, that's an example of a house that you went to that you didn't document in your report, right?
It's not documented, no.
Okay. But you're saying today that other than that house, there are or are not other houses that you went to that aren't mentioned?
To my recollection, the houses that are mentioned in my reports are the houses that I was at on that date.
Except for that one other one
Correct.
that you didn't mention.
Yes.
Judge, thank you. At this time, I don't think I have anything further.
Okay, thank you. Redirect?
Yeah. You asked some questions about going to 51 Rivers Edge Drive, right?
Yes.
Okay, in Colts Neck, correct?
Yes.
And I think Mr. Murray asked you that you went there because that was identified as address of someone who called 911
Correct.
about shots fired in early morning hours?
Yes.
Now, you saw the CAD report before, correct?
Yes.
You said you had no reason to disbelieve the accuracy of it, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember if the 911 caller said that he actually waited a little while before he called 911?
Yes, I do.
Did you document that in your report?
I believe I did.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S-258 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. If I were to draw your attention to page 4 of 7, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at that top paragraph, full paragraph, and then I'll ask you a question. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
And did he indicate, at this point, based upon his belief, what time he called 911?
Yes.
And that was what time?
3:26 a.m.
You were asked about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say investigatively that you try to do the best you can in order to document things that you found and their times?
Yes.
And I didn't ask you any questions about whether or not you had a theory on the timeline and what happened, when, and those types of things, correct?
No, you didn't.
I believe you were asked about a video of a car passing 44 Willowbrook. Do you recall what time it was?
It was about 8:30 the night before.
Hey, was there another one, though? 2:46?
I'm sorry. 2:46 a.m.
You familiar with whether or not someone was actually seen physically on 15 Willowbrook property just before that time?
I'm sorry.
My question is this, and you may not know the answer
Right.
investigatively, but at 2:46 a.m. on November 20th of 2018, do you know whether or not someone was actually depicted on the property on a camera just prior to that time?
No.
You don't know because that's not your role?
No.
Now, you were shown a bunch of pictures of 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Yes.
Did you know when they were taken? Now, is it fair to say that from what we saw on the surveillance from 44 Willowbrook, the person who killed everybody didn't just pull in the driveway?
That's correct.
And there was some other access points, correct?
Yes.
That are beyond the camera view?
Prosecutor, you just said pulled into a driveway. Which driveway are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I guess my original question was, is it logical to believe that the person who killed everyone pulled into the driveway of 15 Willowbrook Drive in Colts Neck?
No.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Any recross, Mr. Murray?
Just briefly, Judge. First of all, I just want to ask you, what do you think would be a more accurate record of when a person called 911? A computer that...
Objection, Judge. It's not the point of the question I asked. It's beyond the scope.
Can I see everybody at sidebar, please?
So, just back to this issue about the 911 call. The prosecutor was just asking you questions about that. You indicated that the person who called 911 waited a little while before they called, right?
Yes.
You also took notes in this case, right?
Yes.
And you took those notes based on what you did in the case, but also based on interviews that you had with witnesses, right?
Yes.
And the reason why you take notes is to help yourself remember what's important when you're writing a report, right?
Yes.
The notes are taken closer in time to speaking with a witness, theoretically, than the report that you write based on, right?
Yes.
So the notes are taken closer in time to when your memory is freshest from speaking with the witness, right? And your notes in this case indicate that this person, Mr. Corpora, he called 911 at 3:27. Do you remember that?
I don't recall what I put in my notes.
Okay, so in your notes, if it says that he heard shots at 3:26 a.m. and called 911 a minute later, would you have any reason to think that shouldn't be in your notes?
If that's in my notes, then I probably was writing contemporaneously with what he was telling me.
Okay. So you were writing contemporaneously then that he heard shots at 3:26 and called 911 a minute later.
If that's what's in my notes, again, a lot of distance and time. I don't recall the exact conversation, but if that's what's written.
Okay. You don't recall the exact conversation, but if that's in your notes, then it's in your notes because you would have written it, right? And if it's in your notes because you would have written it, it's because that's what you were hearing from the witness at the time, right? You wouldn't put down things that the witness wasn't saying, right? You wouldn't make assumptions about what the witness is saying. When you're writing it in your notes, you're trying to write, essentially for your own purposes, a verbatim account of what the witness is telling you.
Yes.
In your notes, the witness tells you that he heard the shots at 3:26, right?
If that's what that says. I don't have it in front of me, but if that's what it says.
Okay. Judge, can we approach for one moment?
Sure.
Sorry. So, just showing you what is marked now as S260. Do you recognize the handwriting there?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. And so that's your handwriting, right?
It is.
Okay. Now, do you see the entry you made about Dennis Corpora?
Yes.
Could you read that to yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And just to clarify, these are the notes that you made in this case that you've testified about today, right?
Yes.
Now, in these notes, you say that Mr. Corpora heard the shots at 3:26 a.m., right?
Yes.
And he called, and he, in his words, he called 911 a minute later, right?
My note says.
Okay. And like you said before, they'd be in your notes because most likely that's what he told you, right? You're writing down things as he's telling them to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. According to that CAD we saw today, that call was actually made at 3:33, right?
3:33.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Decker?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you your dinner break.
We're coming back?
Seeing if you guys are paying attention, that's all. Just making sure. All right. So you're done for today. Thank you so much for being so attentive all day today. So we'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. And we'll start back up right at 8:30. So don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And hope you have a nice, safe night. Thank you. Can I see counsel, please? right, we're back on the record. I just had a brief conference with council to discuss a few issues that we're going to be dealing with and to talk about timing for the rest of the week. So we'll address things as we go forward. So tomorrow we'll be back in. It'll be normal time. Jurors will be here at 8. We'll start at 8:30, and we'll just keep going. So, Mr. Caneiro, we'll make sure that you're here. Everybody else, please have a good night, and we'll see everybody tomorrow morning at around 8 o'clock. Thank you all.
Thank you.